spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. 5 people were killed and several others injured on Monday during violent clashes between residents and police at Angata Barikoi in Transmara, Narok County. The deadly confrontation erupted when police attempted to stop tens of protesters who were demonstrating against grabbing of 10,000 acres of land allegedly by a senior government official. Angata Barikoi MCA Joseph Quatch said a scuffle ensued after surveyors accompanied by heavy security personnel arrived at the disputed land. He condemned the police use of excessive force and live bullets to disperse innocent residents who are agitating for their rights. The land in question is claimed by 448 families who've been farming there for decades. These area residents expressed their shock and anger over the incident.
Haki ya Mungu, watu wanawawa bure kwa shamba yao. Mimi nimezaliwa hapa Angata 30 years. Tukipewa na Moi akaenda, Kibaki akakuja, hakuna mtu alisulia watu. Uhuru akakuja. For 30 years saa hii tunakuja pigwa risasi kwa shamba yetu. We have got titles na tulipewa na serikali. What government is this? Watu 5 wamelala hapa, wengine anapigwa kwa shamba. What kind of government is this?
A petitioner has moved to court seeking Nakuru Governor Susan Kihika's removal from office just days after she returned to the country from an extended stay in the United States. Peter Mwaniki is seeking an urgent declaration from the Constitutional and Human Rights Division of the High Court that Kihika is unfit to hold office on the grounds that she holds dual citizenship, Kenyan and American. Mwaniki, a voter in Nakuru County, claims that Kihika's past employment as an assistant district attorney in Dallas County, Texas, a job is proof that she holds American citizenship. He's also seeking an order declaring the seat of governor for Nakuru County vacant and Kihika's deputy David Kones sworn in as the governor. The government intends to recruit 100,000 youths across the country to join the National Youth Service. Public Service CS Geoffrey Ruko made the announcement on Monday during an impromptu visit to the NYS Yatta Field Station in Machakos County. Ruko said the mass enrollment is part of a broader strategy to boost service delivery, promote self-reliance and position NYS as a key pillar in national development.
Moving forward, the intake, which at the moment is 20,000 youth who have been enrolled this year in NYS. Moving forward, we are going to increase that number from 20,000 and we want to push it by 2027, 2028 to 100,000 young people.
Ruku also called on the National Assembly to fast-track amendments to the National Youth Service Bill, which seeks to facilitate the commercialization of NYS operations, including its agricultural initiatives to reduce dependency on public funding.
The commercialization process, which the government has started to ensure that we have commercial wing of National Youth Service, so that this institution can be self-sufficient, can rely on its own income, is achievable. Because we have 300,000 ash avocados ready for market at a price of 200 Kenya shilling each.
The Kenya National Examinations Council has announced the dispatch of certificates for the 2023 KCPE and KCSE candidates. In a statement posted on X, NEX confirmed that the certificates have been distributed through sub-county directors of education across the country and advised candidates to collect them from the schools where they sat the exams. NEC further warned that it's illegal for any school to withhold a candidate certificate and urged students facing such challenges to report to the sub-county directors of education for assistance. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. .
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM. Online, mobile, and on radio. Facebook at Spice FM KE.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Traffic.
All right, taking a look at what's happening on the streets this morning. Traffic not yet being an issue. We're likely to see the build-up of that as we get into Tuesday morning proper. A little bit of traffic starting to form on Jogo Road. It's going to take you out to Landis, and it probably will be busier as we get into the morning. Also, coming off of Thika Superhighway, we're seeing that it's clear and free all the way from Githurai through towards the CBD. A little bit of traffic coming in from Waiyaki Way, but that will take you into the city without an issue. So we're going to see what happens as we get into the morning. For now, talk to us and let's keep things moving. Spice FM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning. Good morning. It is the 29th of April, and we are getting into the final days of the month. And this is Kenya's biggest conversation. It's the Situation Room. CT, good morning.
Good morning, Du.
How are you?
It's not really a good morning as such.
No, it's not.
No, it is not. It is not a good morning. It is not a good morning.
I'll tell you why in just a bit. Dennis, good morning.
Good morning, Du. How are you?
I'm all right.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so...
Salimu Maulana, tutaonana baadaye. Oh, ndio, tutaonana
Wow. Okay.
A tough one. We woke up to the news this morning of our colleague and our friend, Edward Kwach, after battling with quite an illness, rested last night. And we mourn his loss. We mourn his passing. And it's a tough one to deal with this morning. That's where we are. And that's what we remember. Very hard one as a family and his friend and colleague, TT. Not an easy one to deal with, and as the days go by, it will not be better, but it will get easier. And we do mourn his loss, and we continue to pray that all of us who loved him, his family, his friends, his colleagues, will remember him for all that he did and all that he was. Kenya's biggest conversation at 13 minutes after 6 o'clock. This is the Situation Room, and we get into conversations that we will have this morning, no matter how hard they will be to get through. Let me get through some of the conversations that we will have this morning and letting you know what some of those are. At 7 a.m., we will have a conversation with the Member of Parliament for Saboti constituency. Caleb Hamisi will be having conversation with us around political gimmicks and whether we're dealing with a government that actually cares. He'll join us at 7 for that conversation. We will then talk with the group CEO that we've had conversations with previously. He'll join us at 8 o'clock, and that's Robert Kibara. And we'll be looking at your child's future. It's apt. Children go back to school today and into the week, and beyond an education, what actually can you do in terms of securing financial management for them and also instilling financial wisdom? So Robert Kibara joins us at 8 o'clock. And then finally at 9, Willis Otieno is a lawyer. 2026 or 2027, when will the election actually take place? He's been saying perhaps we should be looking at an earlier date, and we'll see if the math is actually mathing. Willis joins us at 9. Those are the conversations that we'll have this morning, and even as we get into it, and we'll say hello to you in just a minute. Before that, CT, we went to Algeria yesterday.
We did. Well, we're still in Algeria. We are still in Algeria. If I were to ask you, Dennis, what is the capital of Algeria, what would you say? There's a discount this morning.
Algeria. Did say Algiers?
That's what you'd say. Well, Dennis, you know, it is a good day. You're actually quite right. And in an earlier time, you know, when we still had kingdoms, when you're talking about the Numidia kingdom, the kingdom of Tlemcen, and then the regencies. I'm just still Tlemcen, yes.
Yeah, Tlemcen sounds like ginseng.
Yes, you're about to say it even sounds like Lua. I know you're saying this one. Yes. This particular country was part of a formation that was referred to the Regency of Algiers. Okay, so yes, it's an appropriate name. The proverb, speak kindly or refrain from talking.
Kabisa. So remember Mrs. Arp, my first grade teacher?
Arp?
Mrs. Arp, A-R-T. Margie Arp was my first grade teacher. She was fantastic.
So, wait, this was first grade?
This was first grade.
And Mistletoe was which grade?
Mrs. Ellis was my 5th grade teacher.
Okay.
So Margie Arp used to say, and also then my high school principal, and he also taught us Bible studies, was Mr. Signen. And Mr. Signen used to say,
Sign-in.
Signen, S-E-I-N-E-N.
Okay, not sign in.
Not sign in. So Mr. Signen used to say, and he just mirrored what Mrs. Arp would say, and he would say, if you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mrs. App was quite right about that.
Yes, she was.
Yes, you should be delighted to know that there are apps that tell you such things.
Yes, so I just thought about that. It's better to be kind than, or rather to be quiet if you can't be kind.
Yes. If you feel like you're going to be nasty, shut
up.
And in this country, you're being told the most dangerous weapon is the tongue.
Oh, my friend, isn't it just?
It is.
Where? Terrible thing. And the problem is you can't retrieve those words once they're out.
Once it's out, it's out.
And it's been heard.
Yeah.
Say, well, I didn't quite mean...
I didn't mean that. Well, yes, you did. You said it.
It is how you're interpreting it.
It's not how I'm interpreting. I heard you.
I heard you.
So I know exactly what you mean. Yes.
Yeah. So as Mr. Signen would say, shut up.
Mr. Signen and Mrs. Ups,
shut up.
Yep, Mrs. Arp and Mr. Signen. Mr. Signen's an Ups. Sign into the app. Sign into the app. You got to give it to CT. Always got to find a way. Hey. Good that we can share some laughter this morning still. So people are logging in, and good to have you guys in the room already to say good morning. Already, 500,000 of you. So let's just keep those numbers coming in. Don Sabwa, very good morning to you. Papa Oroma was representing Pale Rome. Kumbe, he was the usher. What? How are you, Ndu City and Dennis? Dennis, say Kuimira. Sawa.
Is that Don Sabwa?
Yes. I don't know what it means.
He's heard it before.
He has?
He has.
Ruben Ombaso says good morning. Ruben Ombaso Sasa is related to our one very own Ednah Ombaso. Somehow. Bros. A very good morning to you, Ruben. Karibu sana. Neyman Movic says good morning. Bonjour mes amis. Content de vous voir. This is Michael Olande. You know what that means? Content de vous voir. It means content en français is happy. So I am happy to see you. Voir, to see you. Content de vous. So happy to you see is how it is in French.
Happy to see y'all.
Y'all, exactly.
Content.
Content.
I just said it's continue.
Continue to see y'all.
Continue to see y'all.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay, sure. We can try.
Continuez-vous.
Okay.
Yes.
Content. Good morning from Ombaso, says Robert Mboko. Stanley Ngashe says, go well, champ, Quatch, indeed. Jimmy Wekasa says, good morning. Good morning, Pauline Givaiga. Good morning, good people, says Kisa Daniel. Monica Oile, oh dear, what happened? Well, yes, it's good to say he had been ill for some time, and the illness took the better of his body, but his mind was still sharp as a tack, that's for sure. Gitonga John says, good morning, sharing my sincere condolences, rest in peace, Quatch, yes. Jimmy Munuthi says, good morning, Spice family. You just gotta be here, nowhere else, indeed. Hillary Ngato says, good morning, happy Ini wiki ya uchaguzi. Uchaguzi is what now?
Elections.
Oh, this is the week of election.
Yeah.
Something happened and we didn't know?
Where?
I don't know.
Maybe it's in another country.
Oh, perhaps it's possible. Yeah. Okay. Agola, yes, indeed. It is very sad. Good morning, sister. Where have you been for the last couple of days? We haven't seen you. I hope you're all well. JB Mutua says, good morning from New Jersey. Looking forward to today's conversations. Thank you for the great job you guys are doing. Asante Sana. Jose Mahinda is greeting us. Good morning. Ann Gore says, Chamgay, my beautiful people. Greeting from the beautiful city of Nairobi, Nawapenda Sana. Thank you so much, Ann. Sarah Kilonzo is tuned in this morning, Spice. Salamu ziwafikie wa Kenya wote. Good morning from Doha. Princess Ndu, yes. Dennis and CT. We join Team Spice in celebrating the life of Edward Kwach. Yes, we do. Joe Mangai is tuned in from Bonnie Lake and says, we are here waiting for the government mouthpiece to tell us that the BBC documentary Blood Parliament is sensational. Sindio, did you watch it? Have you seen it yet? It's one to watch, I'm telling you. Peter Gitao says, good morning into CT Dennis. When the wilderness is on fire, it calls for an ostrich, which can run very fast. Okay, so what's supposed to happen? All the animals will climb on the ostrich's back or what? Yeah. Okay, anyway. Good morning, kings and queens. Kitnegele Kolok says Ricardo. Kipto Nikki says, good morning, fam. Jimmy Awori says, Woza.
Woza.
It's like, what's up?
Woza, yeah.
Or you could just say, what? Okay.
Just say Woza.
Okay. CT say Woza.
I'm doing no such thing.
Neither.
I say hi.
In which language is that?
I have no idea. It's those things he says in Bexidu. In Bexidu, in Bexi2.
No, who came up with this? Dennis?
I have Dennis. It's Dennis.
It's someone who said Woza and you just respond as Woza.
So is that supposed to be short for Woza?
Hi, yeah, what's
Why
up?
don't you just say what's up? It's like me and Ednah were having a conversation the other day. This thing that you people do of sending messages in short text or whatever it is that you do, spell the word. If you're not going to spell the word, don't talk to me.
No, now it's just RN.
No, it's not. What? Right now is what?
Right now it's just RN.
No, RN is registered nurse.
No, RN
is
right
it not?
Now.
Yeah. See?
It even means right now.
Yeah, right now.
But you could just say right now.
No, it's
like you have to even shorten the word text to TXT.
You need to understand that there are people who derive a certain amount of joy from this.
From this thing. Like I swear somebody sent me a message the other day. I thought it was in another language.
The XW.
Yeah.
Then
you know, we're going to JBT
yes,
and
exactly.
the TBT.
And if you give it time, it'll be an ST.
Yeah.
Okay, then I've spoken to you. What have I said?
Why are you shocked? If I just want to say CT is a cutie, I just say Q and T. You're a cutie.
Well, let me put it to you this way. There are people who derive some joy from this. So it is fine.
It's okay if it makes you happy. If it rocks your boat.
Yeah, so long as somebody has the app that enables you to understand what it is that you say,
that download the thing,
pursue it and pursue it with vigor by all means.
No wahala. Okay, let me just get through these greetings. There are many, and I think we should mention them.
We should.
He should. OG Beeper says, good morning from the land down under. Situation Room needs to run it back to how you broke down the Finance Bill 2024 word by word, civic education to the core. Actually, that's something that we should actually think about doing in terms of civic education on many matters. Eric Awara says, good morning, guys. The BBC documentary is so heartbreaking. It was difficult to watch and see those pictures again. It was. And the thing about the documentary is that it was not acting. It was footage from things that happened in Kenya that was then now put together and replayed. That for me was the thing. That if we were talking about something totally different, that there was a reenacting or somebody said it was hearsay, but these are pictures, images from things that happened on the said day. But anyway, Ivan Omondi says, good morning, all tuned in from Kitengela. Leo, condolences to the family of Quatch and Spice family for the loss. Fare thee well, Quatch, indeed. Good morning. Blessings to all and condolences to the Quatch family. Today is a gift. Make it count. Indeed. Robinson Kisero says, good morning. I'm very saddened by the remarks of some MPs after the BBC documentary. I couldn't help but shed tears while watching. Coupled with the Baragoy incident, we don't have a country. #blood. Yes, the shooting that took place yesterday. The lives that were lost. My God. What value
do you place on human?
What value?
What yesterday?
It was shooting, yes.
Yeah, in Narok.
In Narok.
Kwani, what happened? And where was I?
People died.
It was an issue about land.
It was a land issue again. There was wanton killing.
And who was doing the shooting?
Who else?
Well, I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Okay, men in
security
operators.
Who are they shooting at?
At the residents.
Individuals in Baragoy.
7
people died yesterday.
And several others in hospital.
Did they need to die? No. Could it have been a conversation?
Yes.
If people did wrong, should they have been arrested? Yes. Arrest them. Take them to court. Kill them? Absolutely not. And this is the thing, until we come to the realization that the value we set on the life barometer is so damn low. We have so much.
Was that an issue that needed resolution or whatever it is that was being done by shooting at people? Because clearly these were live bullets.
Yes. People died.
People died.
You
should actually have seen. I showed that footage yesterday.
Yeah.
And the MP for Emurua Dikir was there. I think Ngeno was there and speaking to the officers like, why are you killing my people? And you could just hear still police officers just shooting in the air.
who's your boss? And the officers are just walking, callously just walking away. Unaua watu kama nyani. I'm just quoting verbatim. The officer says, my people are also here. And this man is telling him, like, yo, my people are equally here and you've killed them. What right do you have to take people's lives? What value do you put on human life is the question.
Lillian Mongari says, Poleni Spice, rather Sana, SG and the Quatch family, may Edward rest in peace. Agola said, yeah, that song's give me the chill. That song gives me the chills. Indeed, Kwaheri, Bakatuonane. We'll miss engagement on Spice Drive, Agola says. Rose Gray says, good morning, Spice from Tamu. Evans Nyangano says, good morning, saddened by the loss of Quatch. May his soul rest in peace and may his family find solace in God. I can remember him for his programs, indeed. Willis says, good morning. Yusuf, the car doctor, Polisana kwa familia from Somalia, ni uchungu mno, indeed. Dave, we see you, brother. Yes, Don, it is quite one. I remember him. Poleni Sana, be strong. Yes, tutaonana badai. Sorry, guys. Indeed, thank you. Dr. Venvik says, rest in peace, bro Quatch. May he rest in peace. We will miss him on the drive, says Sinui. Alan Baru says, give a shout to my uncle who passed on last week. We remember him, Michael Waweru. Dave Lubale says, condolences to the family, indeed. Poleni Sana, the Pines family, we will miss his voice. Lilian Atieno says, good morning, my good people. CT Princess, Ndu, Dennis and Ednah. Good morning, Georgia Koth, tuned in from Miami. Peter Gitao is tuned in, says, rest in peace, Quatch. Poleni Sana Spice family, may his wonderful soul rest in peace. Angor. Rendon Sidinho says, may he rest in peace. May he rest in peace. Sarah Alonso says, my condolences to the family and colleagues of Edward Kwach. Anthony Washira. Rest in peace, Edward. A life well lived. I have to agree with that. Chatia says, good morning. Alois Damien says, may his soul rest in peace. Poleni Sana Jose says, Mildred Gumbo, Poleni Sana. Anne, good morning. My condolences to the family and Spice FM team. Rose Murage says, peace, peace, more peace to Spice. Kikaos Sauti, wa Quatch, Poleni Sana. Jacqueline Isanda says, good morning. Rest in eternal peace. Condole his family and the Spice FM fraternity. Georgia Koth, I personally knew Quatch where I lived in Nairobi. We did some projects together. Such a gentleman, indeed. He was. May he rest in peace. Our prayers are with his loved ones. Condolences to his family and friends, says Mao Witi. Wamanji says, good morning. Rest in peace, Sir Quatch. Poleko familia, Mungu ape nguvu. Willie Katala says, rest in peace, big man, Edu. Derek Oleket says, may his soul rest in peace. Albert Ratemo, giving peace as well. We will miss him. OJ Beeper, we see you. Good morning. Jimmy Gakio says, good morning. Chris Maura also says, good morning, Watchwa Spice. Condolences to the Spice family. Rest in peace, Quatch. Good morning, Spice FM. Hope you're fine. Bwangi Juma says. Rachel Wanjiro says, rest in peace. Dunstan Malema, yes, he did pass. He was unwell. Kimani Kenneth says, good morning to the Spice family. The People's Observer says, good morning. We'll keep it locked this morning. We need to talk about the BBC expose. We will. Christina A, we see you. Good morning. Karibu Sana Dunstan, we see you. Robert Mbogo, Amakai Okello, all giving their greetings to this morning. James Nganga, Beth Nyawide says, good morning from Siaya. So many people online this morning. Dennis Ocheng, Juris Diriwa, Washi Okechi, Stella S, Washo Gatoto, yes. Mato, good morning. Griffin, Alinasi, Lillian, Oliver Wabwire, rest in peace, Quatch. It keeps coming, and let it keep coming. It's fine. Good morning, everybody. Karibuni Sana, thank you for joining us. Let's look into the headlines quickly, and then we'll come back and look at the stories that are making those headlines in more detail. On the front page of Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard, killers in uniform. In clear violation of the constitutional right to life and freedom to protest, the police, working with elements of the Kenya Defence Forces, killed innocent youth during last year's Gen Z and anti-tax protests. Despite a parliamentary committee ordering the police oversight body IPOA to investigate the deaths and make its findings public, the state agency has failed to do so. It hasn't happened yet. Only the media remains a defender of the public by revealing those deadly transgressors and identities of the killers. There are pictures there. There are folks who can be seen doing what they did. This all comes in line with, of course, the BBC documentary that we saw out yesterday. Okay, more stories that we're seeing. Mutua's overseas jobs. Senators tell how applicants lost millions. The Senate committee sat yesterday. We did have nominated Senator Gloria Orobwa here talking about that, and we know talking about that, and we know that they appeared in Senate yesterday. Just in case you were wondering, the governor for Nakuru County, Susan Kihika, is an American.
Yeah.
Tawa. So all of you who are here saying, what is she doing and she should be at home working? She's an American. She was at home. Yeah, she was at home. Yeah, so, there's a story there. But just in case you were wondering, she's Susan, not Suzanne. Susan. She's American. Remember the Mtongwe ferry tragedy?
Yeah.
That scarred me for a while, especially when we saw that, people, that we're remembering that. The expose that unmasks trigger-happy officers in Gen Z anti-tax demos, that came out yesterday. 5 killed, scores injured as police land protesters clash in Transmara. That's the story, CT. There is a picture of a police officer with an arrow in his head. And he recuperates at the Logorian Sub-County Hospital in Transmara yesterday. It's on page 8 of the Standard. And this was, after things ensued. Yeah. So he's recuperating. I don't know how he's recuperating with arrows still in his head, but, that's what the picture says. That's what the caption says. Excuse me. And we'll look into details of that story. My Mahiu flood victims wait for Ruto's promise 12 months later. After that flooding, they were told that certain things were going to happen. 12 months later, I'll tell you what has not happened when we look into the details of that story. Sawa, It's that day. CT, let's look at the headlines. Sasa, nimeanza kuchemka, and we have not even looked at the story.
Changamka.
No, nimeanza kuchemka, I'm not getting upset.
Changamka. Today is that day when the Star newspaper is free. Right? Yes, there's the MyGov. Ooh, education, how learners struggle in school due to meager capitation. Tales of War chapter. Well, take your pick. Focus now on Rigathi as he plans to unveil political party. Inside feet lot that turns crony bulls to juicy beef. This is something that is happening within the Kibiru community, and this is in Tigania West in Meru County. Okay? Yes, they have some land that they set aside
to fatten cows.
That is what they do, my friend. And this was opened by a president on April the 2nd, and they can recycle, every cycle, I don't know how long this cycle is, but 400 cattle, 400 cows, and
there's a community in South Nigeria that does this to women 3 months before they get married. They're called the fattening rooms of the Efik.
How is that done?
They sit in a room for 3 months and they're just fed, because the people in that community believe that if a woman is round, soft, and supple, the more beautiful she is.
No, you've gone about it right. Yes, right.
The more those things, the more beautiful she is. So they're actually called fattening rooms, and there have been many documentaries done on them. They sit in one place. They are bathed in milk and honey and other herbs for 3 months. This is after she's been engaged. Yeah. So then she goes and she's fattened to be eaten, not to be eaten, to be married.
They go to eat.
We're talking about beef. so that's slip of the tongue. The connection, the brain did the right thing.
Thanks.
So we understand.
Thank you. I was just like, because I just imagined fattening lots for cows, fattening rooms. Yeah.
There are many communities that have that sort of thing, by the way.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yes.
Especially even Costarian communities, there is that period before getting married. A month too. Just stay inside.
You're stuffed silly.
Proper, you're fed like 7 times a day.
Proper.
You come out like that. You're soft. If they touch you,
you need to come outside. You're light and whatnot. Muga.
Sit down.
Right. Back in the middle of the paper, Odinga's inner circle says ODM will be on the ballot.
Yeah.
Right. The headline is Anxiety Rocks UDA Party over Raila 27 plans. And then there's a picture of the president and the ODM leader Raila Odinga doing the burial of Jojo Duor, the long-time bodyguard for Raila Odinga. Then the picture of Kisumu Governor Nyang' Nyong'o, and then the picture of Siaya Governor James Orengo. Okay, these are the riddles and the where-to-fors that bring about news and entertainment Yes, to us simple citizens of Kenya.
Okay.
Every now and then. That is the Star. Now let's look at the Business Daily, shall we? The Business Daily has the following to say. That there's business every day. All right. Betway files for liquidation amid 5 billion tax row with KRA. Okay, that's some company that deals with betting. Why the World Bank seeks risks in rapid CBR cuts. Okay. Let me read it again. Why the World Bank sees risks in rapid CBR cuts. You know, these austerity measures is nonsense of the highest possible order. Nonsense doesn't get more pure than this.
You want to come and tell me what to do?
It is undiluted. Look,
see, if
these things which haven't worked, and it's not at yesterday.
They're not going to work today.
Where are they going to work and how? And they are insisting it must work. Then even us, we're insisting we must go and borrow from them. So what do we think?
Surely. I beg, please.
All right. ABSA CEO Abdi Mohammed gets 39% pay rise to 109 million.
Repeat.
ABSA CEO Abdi Mohammed gets 39% pay rise to 109.
Annually?
No, 109 can't be annually.
Well, no, it's not. Cannot be annually.
It is not annually. I mean,
1.9.
you're asking me because
no,
I know
you know
said 1.9.
He's asking because he's not believing that one person in a month will now earn 1.9. That's why he's saying maybe it can be annually. Then he will feel better. It's 1 per month, my dear brother.
No, it is compensation that he gets. Let me just look at it again. That money, after God Almighty. 109 million.
109.
Oh, 109.
That's why I was asking if it's annually.
Utatuambia baadaye. Ukiangalia ukifanya research.
It is up from 78.
It's a regular thing.
It is up from 78.5 million. It's a yearly pay. So if you do the maths,
it's about 12 million per month.
Something like that, yes.
Good Lord Almighty.
So it's not small change.
Watu maliza pesa kama hiyo kwa mwezi?
No, what I'd like to know is how much they pay their tellers, how much they pay their clerks. Yes.
Even the security officers.
Oh, I'd like to know. Because if the guy is earning that amount per year, we just need to divide it by 12 and we have a clear idea of how much he earns.
Yeah.
The other worker bees, what do they earn? Okay.
Boy.
Anyway, okay. See, hapo nimesema.
Umesema.
All right. Lessons from Adani type deals as Kenya eyes PPPs. It's an article that has been written. Yes. Djibouti firm eyes 500 million stake in Takaful Insurance.
Okay.
The insurance company is actually in Kenya. Relief for ex-rally ace in exclusive Vipingo Ridge fight. Okay. Former rally driver, but this guy happens to be a friend of mine, so I'm going to read it, knowing that I'm reading something about somebody who's my friend.
Okay.
Yes, it's has former rally driver Alistair Kavanagh has secured a reprieve in a shareholding fight involving control of a company that runs the exclusive Vipingo Ridge Golf Resort in Kilifi County. Okay? This is after the Court of Appeal barred his co-directors Christopher Gordon Horsey and David Horsey. These were also rally drivers, by the way, just that you know, from dealing in any manner with the shares held by their company. Okay?
Okay. We'll look into details, shall we?
Yeah. Me that and I've said enough.
You're done for the day.
For this one.
You're okay.
See, when they sort it out, we'll know.
Yeah.
Okay. You want to do the Kiswahili really quickly?
Okay. Mwanabloga aliyeshtakiwa Jumatatu kwa kutukana aliyekuwa gavana wa Nairobi Evans Kidero alishtuka pale hakimu alipomweleza anakodolewa macho na kifungo cha miaka 20 gerezani akipatikana na hatia.
Alishtakiwa alafu akashtuka.
Okay.
Aliambiwa.
If you're found guilty.
Ukifindiwa guilty.
Utashtuka.
20 years.
Utalala ndani.
Government scholarship.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And then jaribu kula hivi unapotatizwa na harufu mbaya kinywani. Eat these if you have foul breath. Yes.
Is cloves one of them?
Maji, water.
Eat water.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Mboga na matunda. Boga. Mboga na matunda. Tangawizi.
Ginger.
Chai ya kijani.
Green tea.
Green tea.
Yes. Chingamu isiyo na sukari.
Chewing gum, which is
sugarless gum.
Yes.
Sugar-free gum.
Yes.
Okay.
Chlorophyll. Chlorophyll.
You can buy
So what do? You walk out on a sunny day and open your mouth.
Open your mouth.
So chlorophyll.
Chew a tree.
Chlorophyll. You take all the green herbs. You blend. So
then you drink the green gloop.
The green gloop. Yes.
Okay. So
yogurt.
Next thing you're going to tell us to take sukuma wiki, blend and drink. Sindio?
Yogurt.
Exactly.
That's what you're going to tell us.
Yeah. Then there is
go ahead and
yogurt iliyo na probiotics.
Sawa basi.
Probiotic yogurt.
Okay, sawa.
Yes.
Hayo tu.
So ukiwa na harufu mbaya, anza na kunywa
chlorophyll.
Alafu chlorophyll.
Sawa basi. See, then we look at weather and traffic really quickly and come back and look at some of these stories making headlines today. It's going to be an interesting one. We're up at about 19 minutes. Where? 19 minutes to 7. Time flies. But I'm glad that we got to take a minute to, give the best of journey mercies to our friend Edward. So that's okay if we took the time to do that. It's 18 minutes to 7.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This Easter, Naivas is your home of deals. Feel the joy, the flavor, the family moments. Feel the nyama choma, chapati, and love. At Naivas, your kikapu kibonge is big, bountiful, and guess what? It never gets full. Join DJ Seda, Kevin Matara, and Jeff Ian on the Spice Drive as we unpack the good, bountiful Easter courtesy of Naivas thanks to sizzling Easter deals, exclusive discounts, and everyday low prices. You can add more and still spend less. So come down to Naivas Kilokol and turn your Easter table into a celebration. Karibu Naivas, your home of deals.
Hii September, endelea kufurahia na Star Times. Renew your subscription today on the basic bouquet for 750 shillings for aerial decoders. Enjoy lots of fun and adventures on our kiddie channels. Let your favorite stars make your heart flutter on our world-class telenovelas. Renew your subscription on the Smart Bouquet for 1,199 shillings for satellite decoders for unmissable football action on the Carabao Cup, Saudi League, La Liga, and the Bundesliga. Music, movies, documentaries, and lifestyle channels. Download Star Times on app today on Google Play Store or the Apple Store to never miss a moment of your favorite shows. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
The weather with SpiceFM.
It is a cloudy morning in Nairobi, 16 degrees. It's 14 and sunny in Nakuru and 15 and partly sunny already in Nyeri. 15 and partly sunny in Eldoret, while Mombasa is sunny at 25. Malindi at 26 is sunny. It's 21 and sunny into Kisumu, while 18 and sunny in Kakamega. Mostly cloudy at 20 into Kampala, while it's raining in Dar es Salaam this morning. Partly cloudy at 9 in Johannesburg, while looking into a sunny Mogadishu at 27. We'll see a cloudy Addis Ababa at 16. 26 and cloudy into Lagos, with cloudy conditions at 24. In Kinshasa, looking into Beijing at 21 degrees and cloudy conditions at 13 in Paris. It's cloudy at 11 in London and clear skies Monday nights in New York at 18.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
Okay, so where are we this morning? Traffic is starting to build up. We're seeing overcast skies around Nairobi. On the Thika Superhighway, as you get into the city, it's going to be heavy around a Survey. Before that, there's traffic that's trickling in from that Roiro interchange. It is still very busy right around Haile Selassie in and outbound. We know that folks are moving, crisscrossing the country as it were. So they expect that a lot of traffic also on Landis Road as folks make their way right around the bus terminal. There is traffic on Jago Road starting to build as you get then towards Landy, so expect that to be busy. The Eastern Bypass then coming through Mbakasi and through North Airport Road is busy as you touch on Outer Ring as well. All right, Southern Bypass looks good. There's your escape route from the traffic. We'll keep an eye on all of this as we get through it. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X. #The Situation Room.
mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Acha nikwambie. On page 2 of the Standard today, Mutua's overseas jobs, they're now being called his. And just, for purposes of reporting, I just wanted to say to Mato, this is one example of media reporting on stories that they've gone out and got information from. Sawa. More than 300 Kenyans paid millions of shillings for jobs in the Middle East through a recruitment exercise commissioned by the Ministry of Labour last year, but are yet to secure employment. Should I repeat that? Did you hear what I said? Representatives of the job seekers who appeared before the Senate Labour Committee yesterday recounted how they each paid between 15,000 and 55,000 shillings for employment promises that remain unfulfilled months later, despite assurances from state agencies. The Senate Committee has summoned Labour Cabinet Secretary Alfred Mutua and the management of the National Employment Authority, NEA, to shed light on the matter, as the ministry directly supervised the most publicised recruitment drive. The Senate Labour Committee, according to Senator Lenku Seki from Kajiado, said, "We will ensure the victims of this syndicate get justice. That is why we have invited the Labour Cabinet Secretary Alfred Mutua and the NEA management to provide further clarification on the matter next Tuesday," which is next Tuesday. Nominated Senator Gloria Oroba disclosed that she had mobilized more than 90 young people to apply for the jobs purportedly available in the Middle East, working closely with NEA. Oroba stated that the applicants had since returned to her office, reporting that 6 months on, they had not been invited to take up the promised positions despite having followed the proper procedure. She said, "I'm deeply disturbed today, having invested time traveling around to sensitize the youth on these jobs, which were advertised by the Ministry of Labour with NEA playing an active role, but none of them has succeeded. So I must ask you, quelle est la différence between the things that we have been hearing about how people have been taking money from people and then promising them jobs overseas and then doing something else, and this, where the government, through the Ministry of Labour and also the National Employment Committee Authority, have been doing the same thing, where people have paid between 15,000 and 55,000 shillings, having been promised jobs in the Gulf. They did what they were supposed to do. 6 months down the line, job onge.
City say job ngo.
No? What's the difference between those ones that we call they are scammers, they are this, they are that? Is it not the same kind of thing that happens where somebody has paid 100K or whatever, and then they're promised a job, they're promised this, that they don't get?
You raised the issue here.
Yeah. Is there a difference between the two?
No, this one is just a government perpetrated scam.
It is the same issue, because now it's coming straight that the ministry that's supposed to look into this matter are involved. But it is a reminder of what happened in Wasingishu.
Yeah.
That story hasn't died. Every once in a while it resurrects. Some parents come up and they say, this is what happened, and this is what we were told, and we believed what we were told, and this is what we did. We sold this, we sold the other, and we did this with the understanding that our child would be able to get the education we were promised.
Yeah.
It's disturbing.
It is very disturbing.
It is disturbing to the very, very core. I mean, the people who are supposed to protect you have become your abuser. How then do you reconcile yourself to even the concept of leadership? How? These are people who are supposed to look after your interest.
Yeah, and also comes at a time when these concerns have been raised before, and you see even the head of state himself address these issues and say, my job is making sure that Kenyans get a job. Those that are questioning, hawataki watu waende nje. Mimi nimeona mbali, kuna kazi huko nje. Kenya is an exporter of labor.
You know something? There are countries that do this and have done it. Philippines comes to mind. It is a well-coordinated, government-sponsored, meaning they understand this is what is needed. And for you to export this labor, this is the training that they need. They are trained.
Yes.
They are known. when they are dispatched, it is known where they are going.
I mean, we've even
clarity.
We've even done that in this country. When you had the Cuban doctors coming into this country, it was just export of labor from Cuban doctors coming here.
It was.
They were even protected by the state, because remember, there's a time when there's a Cuban doctor who was abducted by the Al-Shabaab, and the government went forth and even negotiated to have that doctor come back. But here's a question where a Kenyan going out there, it is the state itself that is robbing them.
You have to ask the question that where are you safe as a Kenyan?
Yeah.
Where are you safe? Where are you here, outside, under the protection of the sovereignty of your nation? Where are you safe? Just asking. Where are you safe?
You know, it's like someone finds the underbelly of the folks in this country. Parents will do anything, literally,
everything,
to ensure that their children get the best education possible.
Boss, Alfred Mutua built a house in Mombasa and told people that they will go and live in that house for 1 month. And after you live for 1 month, then you... Jesus Christ. It's actually real. That you live there, you acclimatize to the situation, you know what it will be like to live in the Gulf after having lived in this house for 1 month in Mombasa. He went everywhere telling people these jobs will do, they'll do. They built a house. Are you hearing what I'm saying?
He built his house or...
Please understand what I'm saying. They built a model house in Mombasa.
A model house was built by the government?
Yes.
A show house.
Under the Ministry of Labour.
Yeah.
A show house. So that you, who wants to go to the Gulf, will now live in that house for 1 month. You acclimatize to the...
You're acclimatized to living with the Sultan.
The atmosphere and how the house... Please, till today, ever since I saw that, I've not been able to make the connection. But just be understanding that they built a house, people go live there. My point is, all these many things that they did in order for this thing to happen, and then people went and lived in the house, paid money, and they're still here. How do you explain to me how it actually works? Because whether you Kithni or Ndekni, I don't understand.
You cannot understand.
I see you understand Spanish.
Yeah. Sometimes you have to speak the language for your point to be made. Why?
You cannot understand, because you see, even at that point, there's a labor individual that I was having a conversation with, and they ask a simple question. If we have Utali here that is government sponsored, why not take all these kids there to be trained on hospitality matters, so that by the time they're getting out there, it's not just looking in terms of them being housekeepers. You're training them to be professionals in the hospitality sector.
What's the difference between the guy in the cold office somewhere scamming you and this one?
This one is worse.
This one is worse because it's government sponsored.
You see, we trust. There is an understanding which now is being abused, that when you're told by your government that this is what's going to happen, and here government is represented by the requisite ministry, and the person at the helm tells you this is what is going on, you trust.
You ban.
You say, this one is good.
Because cabinet secretaries are the implementers of government projects.
You know that person heads that entire thing for the country.
Yes.
So we believe.
Yeah.
You know this, I was just thinking the other day, somebody said, oh, you guys every day you keep hitting out at government, you're not I say, okay, fine.
No.
I say, okay, fine. But you know, they don't make it easy. They keep giving you something.
No, but I don't understand.
They say we keep hitting.
If you build a house, and we say you built a house, if we state the purpose for which you told us the house was built for, and if indeed we do see that young people actually do go to that house,
they live for a month,
whatever it is you're saying, to acclimatize, blah blah blah, we do see them. The understanding is not that they go there to live forever, is that they're en route to some place. If after a while they're still there, we have to ask, okay, maybe we misunderstood. Are they here for 1 month, 2, 3, a year? What's the plan? And if that is the plan, so when do we expect them to leave?
Yes.
Okay.
And they're
but
living
if
for
6
how
months
long?
down the line, somebody has paid up to 55,000 shillings
and they haven't left.
They have not left, and you told them that once they pay, they say ukilipa tu hii, then tunaendelea kufanya whatever. Then they're still here. One must ask, what's the difference between the guy who you call and you hear tururu after you've paid your money?
There is no difference. This is the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah.
You see this one, there's no skirting around it and saying, well, perhaps, we don't. No, we do understand this one.
We get it.
The reason why the parents pay the money is so that their children can get placement.
Yes.
Okay? It's not complicated.
And where do you think they're getting this money from in the majority?
You've gone and borrowed the money.
Yeah.
Bus.
I mean,
You
look,
sold something.
it is like when children want to go to the next level of their education and parents are being asked to, the things parents do to ensure that money is available for the child to go to the next level of education, my friend. It's this thing, but at an elevated level. Same thing. So you know there's that need, you know there's that hope attached to it, so you take advantage of it.
Still begs the question, where are we safe?
Boss, where are we safe? You, where are you safe? If your country were your first port of call, where are you safe?
Where are you safe?
Please give us another
story.
story.
I find disturbing with everything we're saying here is how widespread it is.
Yeah.
And how,
It's how widespread it is, and it seems
and
as
how
though
it has been institutionalized and has been normalized.
Exactly.
That's what I find really, really disturbing.
And it's normal. The person who is sitting there who may have collected the money will say, ni. Well, relax tulia. Tunasort.
So I think the critical question even to ask today is, okay, fine, 55,000 government collected that money, it went to what account? What did it do? And in such instances where it is 6 months later and no one has left the country, what's the plan with refund? Is it backed up by policy? I mean, you see the greying areas that do exist here.
See, Dennis.
Yes.
City is already tired.
Actually, there's a listener who has reminded me of a proverb that, and I'm going to read, we've said it before, but I've been reminded here. Thank you, Thomas. It says, stealing the village drum may be easy, but finding a place to beat it peacefully.
Very hard. It's true. Where are you going to play the thing?
Because everyone knows how it sounds.
Umeponyoka. And then, what are you going to do with it? Sit on it.
Sit on it. What? It's a drum.
It's a drum.
It's meant to be beaten.
Yes.
Give us a story in 2 minutes.
Okay. Nimechanganyikiwa na hiyo story.
So nini kusaidie basi?
Wewe nisaidie tu.
Okay. So obviously this story on the front page of the Standard will not go away anytime soon, and with the expose that came out of the BBC yesterday, we're looking at a clear violation of a constitutional right to life and freedom to protest. The police are working with elements of the Kenya Defence Forces, who were working with elements of the Kenya Defence Forces, killed youth during last year's Gen Z tax protest. So this is coming out, and the call is to have a keener look. IPOA was tasked to look into these killings. We're getting to 9 months down the line, and we haven't seen anything yet. IPOA was here and they told us, some of those things are being looked into. Those protests take the bulk of a lot of the work that they're into now. We also look at the deadly aftermath of this, and it unmasks trigger-happy officers in Gen Z anti-tax demos. IPOA exists primarily for oversight of the police. In fact, oversight is in their name. They're supposed to oversight the police, what Senate does for counties, and anything untoward is actually supposed to come out. The question then comes very clearly, that is IPOA actually then fulfilling its mandate for this, and that there should be further prosecution in terms of these things. So a lot of things are being uncovered. Not that the expose is the only thing to have lifted the lid on some of these things, but it shines the light just a little bit brighter. So those are some of the things that we look into in terms of stories. The Member of Parliament for Saboti constituency will be with us at 7. And even as we get to the top of the hour, we this morning are remembering our friend, our brother, our colleague, Edward Kwach, who passed away last night. And he'll never be forgotten, always in our hearts. And we celebrate his life. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. I'm Adrian Lisamira with the Newswire. We begin with some heartbreaking news, and Standard Group journalist and radio icon Edward Kwach has died at the age of 44 while undergoing treatment, his family confirmed today. In a statement issued by family spokesperson Michael Okwiri, the Quatch family announced that Quatch passed away on the night of April 28 following weeks of medical care. Moving on, President William Ruto has granted clemency to 56 individuals who are serving long-term sentences in various prisons across the country in line with the power of mercy as provided by the Constitution. Conditional release was granted to 31 petitioners serving life sentences, including a foreign national who is set to be repatriated. Remission and release were also granted to 25 individuals. President Ruto further extended general amnesty to all petty offenders sentenced to 6 months or less. Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen has pledged to hold accountable individuals responsible for the violence that erupted in Narok County on Monday. 5 people were killed and several others injured during violent clashes between residents and police at Angata Barikoi in Transmara. The confrontation erupted when police attempted to stop tens of protesters who were demonstrating against grabbing of 10,000 acres of land allegedly by a senior government official. The land in question is claimed by 448 families who've been farming there for decades. Murkomen described the incident as a tragic event for the national security team and announced that all necessary measures had been taken to reinforce security in the area.
We need to establish the circumstances under which the 5 civilians died, and if, as has been suspected, that police officers were involved, what was the circumstance that the police officers engaged the civilians, and whether the situation it was warranted that kind of force, and therefore the investigations will determine whether there is excess use of force, and if there was excess use of force, who was responsible. The also investigation will establish whether the persons who perpetrated these acts against also the police officers, what was their motive.
80 residents condemned police brutality, their excessive use of force and live bullets.
Akia Mungu, watu wanawawa bure kwa shamba yao. Mimi nimezaliwa hapa Hangata 30 years. Tukipewa na Moi akaenda, Kibaki akakuja, hakuna mtu alisulia watu. Uhuru akakuja. For 30 years saa hii tunakuja pigwa risasi kwa shamba yetu. We have got titles na tulipewa na serikali. What government is this? Watu 5 wamelala hapa, wengine anapigwa kwa shamba. What kind of government is this?
The government intends to recruit 100,000 youths across the country to join the National Youth Service. Public Service CS Geoffrey Ruku made the announcement on Monday during an impromptu visit to the NYS Yatta Field Station in Machakos County. Ruku said the mass enrollment is part of a broader strategy to boost service delivery, promote self-reliance and position NYS as a key pillar in national development.
Moving forward, the intake, which at the moment is 20,000 youth who have been enrolled this year in NYS. Moving forward, we are going to increase that number from 20,000, and we want to push it by 2027, 2028 to 100,000 young people.
A senior Vatican source has confirmed that the College of Cardinals will elect a new pope starting Wednesday next week, following the death of Pope Francis on Easter Monday. The 135 cardinals under the age of 80 will gather at the Sistine Chapel for the conclave. They will cast their votes in secrecy, and the cardinal who will receive 2/3 of the vote will be announced as the new pope. White smoke from the chimneys will signal the election of a new pope, while black smoke will indicate that no consensus has been reached. That's the News Wire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
SpiceFM, Nakuru. Traffic.
All right, so a few minutes after 7 o'clock, we'll take a look at what's happening with traffic. Still going to be very busy coming in on Jogo Road, heading out towards the city, and busy on Haile Selassie, in and outbound traffic. I know there's a lot of traffic here because why? Because people are traveling all over the place, parents taking their children back to school, some students traveling on their own. Also coming in on Jogo Road, right around the Makadar train station, that's busy. Then take a look at the Thika Superhighway, and it is coming in thick. Through towards Kasarani and then out towards the city, that's busy. Kiambu Road also doing the thing this morning. Some traffic then also coming in on Kangunda Road, in and outbound traffic there is busy. The Eastern Bypass also starting to pile up. We're seeing some traffic on Magadi Road heading out towards Landis, and Ngong Road is busy. It's coming in from Naivasha Road on one side and then also heading out towards Riara Road and then James Gishuru on the other side. So it already looks like it's going to pile up there some as you approach Wayaki Way. We're going to keep an eye on all of this. Want to keep things moving this Tuesday? How about we talk and share information? SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning at 7 after 7, and getting into the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. The Member of Parliament for Saboti constituency is going to join us shortly. Caleb Hamisi will be with us soon, and even as we do, getting into a number of things that we ought to highlight. And so let's do it. We will have a broader education conversation tomorrow, but here we are getting into a place where certain things need to be done. I just thought I should remind you that we're getting into term 2 of the school year 2025. Term 1 finished, and there was supposed to be an amount of capitation that was going to be sent to complete the term 1. Surprise, surprise. That has not happened. And so we're getting into term 2, which, by the way, is the longest term of the year. We're looking about 16 weeks. It's usually the longest term. And so the question then starts to come into our minds in terms of what's going to be done to actually complete that money, if it's going to happen. And apart from that, there have been many bubbling conversations around what really is happening in the education sector, and if we're going to allow things just to continue to tumble the way in which they have been. Charles?
You know, every discussion that we have here has weight that sometimes depresses you. Because the subject of education is pivotal. It is instrumental. It is at the heart of the development of a nation. In the present, because the past and the education that was there tells you of what we have in the present. But even more significantly, now the future. And what it is that the citizens are being prepared for to ensure that they manage and handle the future well. So when the education sector and everything that goes into it, and the tinkering and the changing of the educational system produces more questions than it does answers, you then realize that what it is that we are creating is a future that's going to be exceedingly bleak. If children cannot be given the opportunity to, they say in theory, to get at their best potential, that's what this new system we're told. Yeah. And when it is spoken of, it sounds, yes, it is the system that ought to do this. But when you get feedback about the implementation, then the questions begin to rise, starting with, are teachers adequately trained? Are they adequately funded to ensure that what is needed to make this system work is actually working? Then you ask, just look at the broad spectrum. Do we have adequate classes? Even as we talk about the various units, whether you are talking about a certain segment that students may divert to. Do we have the equipment or the funding for the equipment? Do we have the structural capability to ensure that all these things are met so that when children go to school, there's a smooth transition from one stage to the other? Or are we going to be raising more and more questions about why this isn't happening, why we're not certain that this is happening? And then against the backdrop of the shortage of teachers we keep hearing about, and yet we have thousands, tens of thousands of teachers who are trained but do not have jobs. So you have to ask, can a nation survive with having a priority for only today and not tomorrow?
It's a question of city planning. Because when you talk about an education, even the current curriculum that you have, it is something that has been discussed. Professionals have weighed their views on it as well. And it's a question of when it comes to implementation, we seem to be having a problem. Yet, even when we talk about the education calendar, it is the government that gives us the education calendar. When we talk about capitation, they know when exactly this capitation should hit the schools. It does not make sense that today as we sit here, the Cabinet Secretary Education says, we are working hard to make sure that we release the next capitation. You've not even finished the previous capitation for ensuring that education for these students proceed. We're talking about education's competency-based curriculum. As we speak today, it has been changed to competency-based education. Sawa. But what happened to consultation, piloting of all these things that do not happen? And what exactly is the effect of failing to do these crucial things in ensuring that education of this country is just proper and delivering what it's supposed to? I mean, where is our priority on things that matter in life?
You know, my dad told me about this concept once. I guess it's something that everybody does on a normal day. And it's the kickstart concept. When you get into your vehicle and you put it on, it's not where there's something that you needed to do to give it something in order to get the engine running. And that you'll find that after a cold day or a cold period, or if the vehicle had not been running for some time, you needed to run the engine for a moment, at least to get things moving. And I thought to myself, you know what? Perhaps that's what very many sectors, and when we talk about underdevelopment, that's what very many sectors require in order to move. You need a kickstart. You need to jumpstart the thing to get it alive. And that's what needs to happen here. There are too many things going on that are going on wrong. There are too many thoughts. That thing about too many cooks in the kitchen spoils the broth, whatever. There are too many things happening at the same time. And unfortunately, the burden of all of this activity, some of it misguided, some of it backward, some of it too late, it has an effect on this child. We are starting school in Kenya at about 4 years old, 3 years old. And give or take, you go until about the age of 21, 22. Just that normal standard that we look at. Can you imagine that with the way the system is? I don't even want to talk about other countries because Kenya is going to look like paradise compared. But still, we have an issue. That from the time this child is 4 until the time in the system they finish university at 22, the burden on them to actually finish and the things that they have to get through, they come out with half a shirt and one shoe and just panting and breathing, but they say, well, whew, at least we finished. Should we be in that kind of situation?
No.
We shouldn't.
We shouldn't.
Choose math, don't choose math. Capitate, do not capitate. Send money, don't send money. Have teachers, don't have teachers.
Have
Science
classes.
teachers, have classes, finish them by December, don't have. They were going to build desks and furniture CT sometime towards the end of Uhuru Kenyatta's presidency. Did they actually finish? When we actually saw the whole thing of carpenters being promised 300,000 shillings for desks and chairs, which we don't know where they went. Okay, come 2024, they were going to finish and say that we're going to build 10,000 classrooms. The last report put us at just under 7,000 classrooms had been completed. What are we doing?
You know that one.
Then now we are just, we just keep going. Teachers, we don't have enough. Somebody who is a teacher of English has finished and then is posted by TSC and then they find themselves, they are the librarian, they are the PE teacher, they teach the English, then they also teach history and government. What, you expect to have a product that will stand on any world stage at the end of it?
And the city asks, if we look at the education in the past, we see the results today. But what are we doing today to better our education system for the future? Because the world is changing. We are at a time when we are being told we will remove mathematics. Oh no, we've decided we will change this mathematics. You'll do mathematics, simple math and critical math. But all these things are not brought on the table for us to have a discussion about the education of the country as stakeholders. Because stakeholders here is not just the government and the students. Parents are involved as well. And parents should be able to give their own views on the kind of education they want the students to have. And even the children themselves should be able to speak. You don't just decide today and say, this is the manual, take it or leave it.
For something that concerns
me. I should be able to have a say on it. It's not a question of tutatuma 38 billion when we feel like, no, send that 38 billion today because it's an education calendar that you gave us. We do not give this calendar to ourselves.
That's
you
a
gave
point.
us the calendar.
That's a point, actually, Dennis, because here we are saying that, okay, so we know that second term is going to start on the 29th of April. We didn't wake up and say, please give us 29th April for schools to start. You did.
Yeah.
You have a schedule that you should then also follow. So form follows function,
and
right?
It's a calendar that you give in December before the year starts. You know when first term starts, when they go for midterm, when schools close, when schools open, when schools go for midterm term 2, when they close, all the way to when an education calendar ends. You're the one who sits down and prepares the budget. You say 638 billion shillings will be for education and term 1 will spend this amount of money. When it comes to releasing this money, you decided to release it when you want. And you expect teachers to be paid. You expect students to be fed. You expect books to be bought. Hapana.
How? Come on.
Hapana.
The sad thing about the country that we call Kenya is that we talk of the potential we have. We talk of what it is that we have done to put us ahead of the curve within East and Central Africa, and we take our pride in it. But we fail to understand something very, very fundamental. We are scraping the bottom of the barrel. This is not us at our best. This is us limping. This is us stuttering. This is us trying to figure out what on earth to do. You see, we then look at these situations and we revert to blame. Put blame aside. The need to be able to ask yourself as a citizen is, what exactly can I do? Because most citizens say there's nothing I can do. Then, my friend, you are damned. Because that is not true. There is a great deal you can do. Consider the effort, the relentless effort parents make, the sacrifices they make. Every time I hear that some SACCO has collapsed, I almost weep. You know why? I'm thinking of the number of people in this country who depend on their SACCOs. At the beginning of the year, you save, you scrape, so you borrow, so you pay fees for the whole year. So I will save so that next year I can do the same.
City, imagine a situation where, leave alone even the SACCOs and the laws. Imagine you are in a chama, the merry-go-rounds that people do locally, yeah?
Yes.
You have paid your dues. You expect, like, in this month, I will get my chunk.
It's my time.
It's my time. And then in that group, 2 people decide not to pay up. You know how that feels. Now, put a parent who has saved, toiled to ensure their children go to school. That even at a point when the government has failed to give capitation, schools say we need an additional 30,000 to be able to have your kid in school. Parents go out of their way to get that money. Yet we know it's a responsibility of the government to do that. And then all of a sudden you decide to koroga everything and not get the results. Apana, no.
See, me nisema initoke.
Nisema ikutoke.
Do you guys know what happens in schools?
I do.
Look, we deal with so many issues at the same time. We can talk about it from a ministerial level and from a treasury level, whereby, there should be quality assurance coming in from the ministry. Their education officers, they actually do exist in terms of whether they're actually going around to ensure that there is quality and to ensure that, education is actually going in the process in which it should. That's what they're there for. Whether they do it or not remains a story for us. We don't know the last time an education officer went around and did quality assurance. We don't know.
At least we know they showed up during Echoes of War.
But they showed up during the drama festivals, right? But in terms of there's that level where there's the treasury supposed to be doing what it's supposed to be doing in terms of sending money out. Then there's the ministry, which is then the implementer of policy, right? Where these things happen. We do then have different branches and different departments. That's where your National Examinations Council comes in. It's where your curriculum development comes in. It's where your TSC comes in. All of these other departments fall under that. But then as though we don't have enough drama in those circles, whether they're TSC letters that are being handed to members of parliament as opposed to getting it's a whole mess there. And then we have a working party which is supposed to bring about education reforms. Do you see where I'm going? Yeah. All of this is happening up there. Now, we are here thinking that in these institutions that things are happening properly from A to Z, no problem. And that they're just waiting for the external parties to do their job. They're waiting for Treasury to send money. They're waiting for the Ministry of Education to set policy and implement. They're waiting for education officers to come and then make sure things happen. Or more, inside of there is where the war is actually happening. That there are teachers who are posted to particular places who are teaching things that they don't know from Adam. Yeah. That there are processes happening in schools whereby there are teachers who are teaching chemistry for which the girls have not seen their chemistry teacher more than 3 times in a term. It is happening today. There are courses whereby a teacher will come and stand in this math that we're talking about, that TT keeps asking us. If you're saying there's a problem with math, why don't we look at our teaching methods? Why don't we look at the motivation methods that you're giving to children? We'll come and stand there and teach. He has written things on the board. When he finishes writing, whether you've copied or not, he'll erase and start again. Yeah. It happens in Kenya today. I'm telling you, the product that we are releasing after now it is 6 years of primary and then 3 years of junior sec and then senior sec. Yeah. The product that we are releasing, boss, as if those other issues were not bad enough from policy and whatever, the actual practice of education is wanting. Gone are the days when Mr. Muga now was teaching at Star of the Sea in Mombasa and that people can remember him today. Sorry, Dr. Muga. Yeah. And that people can remember him today, right? The things that are happening now, today in school, my goodness, it's tear-jerking. What do you expect? What do you expect when you see an adult today of 25 that cannot conjure up a sentence or even put something down on paper, and then you tell me, it's their upbringing. Where did they go for 18 years out of their life? Where were they?
In school.
Were they not in school?
Yes.
Who was the guardian? In school.
You know, the
what things actually happening in school?
Loco parentis. You are there instead of the parent.
Yeah.
That's what teaching implies. But is that what a modern day teacher, there will be teachers who really take their job seriously and they know this is what we must do. True. Essentially, there are people who actually take as though it's a calling. But there are very many others who know this is a job you do to be paid, and at the end of the day, if these children are bothersome, tell them these parents, you brought up your children badly. So you don't want to take part. And then there are those who complain, but if you try to be strict with the teachers, with the students, their parents will flog you. They will sequester you. They will do all manner of things to you. So, how did we get here?
We just stopped giving education priority, honestly, City.
Actually,
it stopped being a priority.
It is a priority in theory. We started valuing money. Because teachers are not well paid. And we are in a time when you are respected when you are known to earn money. Like us sitting here, you would be shocked at what people think we earn.
Proper.
They know we earn money, more money than we can count. Okay? Why? We're in the media. And when you're in the media, you are known. When you're known, you are a celebrity. And celebrities earn money. If only they knew the truth. You earn a wage, yes. It's a living wage, yes. But what you hear and see when you're on your social media about people in other Western countries who earn, that's them.
That's them.
That's them. Now, so long as teachers are paid the amounts they are paid and their livelihood is managed the way they are managed, in a society and a time where we worship money, and money is our God, teachers will always be looked down upon.
CT, you actually raised something very critical, especially in the education sector. Because look at money and what it does in private schools and public schools. There is a correlation even in terms of performance, whether you like it or not. There is a reason why you find parents nowadays will move mountains to take their students, their children to private schools, because they know there my child will be given the attention they require. We are not dealing with absence of capitation to schools and whatnot. And perhaps even the classes that you're talking about, private schools actually built them kitambo sana. We're talking about laboratories. They put them up. So when it comes to quality of education from public and private school, there is a clear distinction on where a parent will work so hard to take their child. Are you shocked?
I'm actually. I mean, what did we have? Did we not have community schools?
We did.
Who put up community schools?
It's the parents.
What are we talking about? Yes, they did.
Yeah. The ones we call Harambe schools.
Yes.
Yeah.
What would then happen? And then even their church-sponsored schools. What then would happen? The government would take them over.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. But essentially, the people who built them, the people behind them, were not necessarily the government. Now, communities where you found many community schools abounding. In time when the government took out those schools, they end up with more schools, which means they had understood the importance of education.
True.
Now, the rhetoric around education and the need to change it, and the need to proselyte, because exactly you are evangelizing people into believing that the new system will bring in something that is infinitely better than the previous one. You know, we believe what we are told because we have no reason not to. But now we are being given reason not to believe.
Yeah.
If you're told this thing will work and you read what is told, you say, this thing looks good. And then you ask, okay, this good, how is it going to manifest again? You talk to experts, they can explain to you the CBC or CBE. And believe me, when you hear it being explained, it makes a lot of sense. But the preparation that is required to make it work.
And the implementation metrics, which you have not even seen how they are going to come in. You don't even think about those things.
We imagine the thinking process required to bring these things about.
Yeah.
But I have to ask, who on God's good earth is influencing us to take certain steps like this?
Fantastic question.
Who? Why?
Proper question.
Because we keep changing. Somebody comes and says, oh, you should. Then we jump and we say we're going to change. Oh, you should. Then we form a presidential working party. Oh, then you should. Oh, we're going to change this and make it a model. Oh, then you should. Then we go and change. CBC becomes a thing and takes over 844. Then somebody comes and makes a suggestion, presses you somewhere, steps on your neck. Then you say, okay, let's change. Then somewhere down the line, you say, let's change it from curriculum to education. You're just pandering to the whims of somebody else. For what? And putting your children, who are the pillars of society, on the altar of the desires of an external force.
You see,
that's the truth.
Even conversation around changing this curriculum was based on the fact that in the current times, our education system does not fit in where the world is headed. Clearly, there's influence coming from somewhere.
There is
influence coming from somewhere. And even then, when we are changing our education, it is comparing it with something else. So we need to get to where these people are. And even when we're changing mathematics because apparently it is not, who told you?
You guys, I just thought about something. Those who are influencing you to alter or change your education system, it is no different from what they did many, many years ago, whereby they came and they said, let's give you this thing and let's put it in a book. You know, we've been accused that if you want to hide something from an African or from a black man, put it in a book, right? So they came and gave you this book whereby it's as though all the trade secrets for life were in a book. Things that we did, and we had things like oral tradition, we had things whereby we passed on messages from one to the next, but they put it in a book. So what am I saying? They gave you education in a certain way in which now you had to then consume it while they took your resources.
Yeah.
So they come to you later and they tell you, you know what? We actually think you should change your curriculum, or these are suggestions about what you can actually do with your education system. So we keep you in this cyclical nature of confusion.
Yeah.
So because that's not what we've done. CBC has come. It came about 6 years ago. We're just moving because the guinea pigs for CBC are now in grade 9, and they started at grade 3. So now we just keep going, changing, moving. Somebody comes, makes a suggestion. Oh, do math, don't do math. What does that do for you? It keeps you in this constant state of, I don't know what I am doing, but hopefully I'll get down the mountain at some point with 2 of my shoes still on. But the people who are telling you to remove math, guess what? Their societies are already fixed so that by the time you come out of this education system, you have a plethora of options in terms of what you can do. Do we have the same?
No. Let me tell you, sir. Actually, it's okay.
It's okay.
You see, we talk in terms of our curriculum-based education wants to ensure that even kids tap on Internet of Things. That means coding and whatnot. But we are talking at a time when even high schools like Form 4s, Form 3s, do not have computer labs. And even if they have computer labs, what are they being taught? Word, and PowerPoint. Nothing to do with coding. Dennis Aseto. Kimalel Primary School. We saw computers, sour, but we used to play games, solitaire and whatnot. We went to high school. We had a computer lab. Word and PowerPoint is what we studied. The same thing happens today. If you go to countries like China, talk about Korea, go to the United States, by the time a kid gets to 4 years old, they're able to code and even come up with games. These are people we're competing with. And key aspect of that is being able to read binary codes and numbers that you then get to enter into the machine for it to give you a result. We are removing math. Yet a 4-year-old is able to understand basic math and come up with an app. Si mimi nimesema ni dunia tu, and especially we are copying those who are directing us.
We need to open our eyes. We need to actually open our eyes and see what's happening around us. And this is the thing I continued. By the time somebody comes to you, and makes a suggestion about what you should do with the fundamental pillars of your society, you have to question what their intent is. There is no way they will come to you and say, well, there's this nice shiny thing. I thought you might like to play with it, without seeing the reason behind what they're actually doing. Because if you were to ask a question today, to the people, few of them who are still left within the system, why did you change the curriculum? Can they give you an answer? Why did you actually change the curriculum? Are we trying to say that A44 was not competency based? Are we trying to say that we were not garnering the best that we could out of that system? Look at where we are now, 6 years down the line, and we're still stumbling at best. What do you think is going to happen to those children? What do you think is going to happen to them when they come out with just half their shirt left on their back?
Who removed the competency based aspect on 844? Because there was arts and craft, there was home science, and all these things were there in 844 before it was removed from 7 subjects to 5 subjects.
The influence that you see there began actually with the 844. And the reason is this. If you look at how it is when we had what is referred to as a British system, which they still have, just so that you understand.
Yes, they do.
They still keep it.
Yeah.
There's something that happened that I think may have displeased someone. Yes. When our students go abroad, they fare very well.
Yes, they do.
Yes.
And sooner rather than later, they start taking over those jobs that your people have because they are competent. And they are competitive. And they don't joke.
And nobody's really happy with that. These are the questions that we need to start having. We need to be real about some of these things when we consider them, that what is actually happening behind the scenes. There's a reason it's called behind the scenes. The people who perform for you on stage, behind that curtain, there are many, many things that are happening, and it's time for us to open the curtain. It's 26 minutes to 8 o'clock. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. I don't know what road the Member of Parliament for Saboti constituency has used, but let's see if Caleb Amisi will join us. Otherwise, this definitely continues. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Wait, have you heard about moringaschool.com?
Moringaschool.com. Hapo ndio future tech iko boss.
Kenya's top software engineers, data analysts, cybersecurity pros, and UI UX design ninjas wanatoka Moringa.
Na unasema hauna degree? No stress. Whether you are looking to upskill, stuck in a boring job, ama you are starting from zero, Moringa's got your back, man.
Visit moringaschool.com, where anyone can create their future.
This back to school season, Naivas is your home of deals.
Na tunarudi term 2 in style bila kufinya shopping list, kwa sababu Naivas Kiloko imesort uniforms, lunchbox goodies, stationery na school bags. Kila kitu ya back to school iko under one roof.
Furahia crazy discount na unbeatable daily prizes kufanya back to school iwe shwari. Naivas, kijaze kikapu kibonge, always saving your money every day.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Partly sunny conditions. We're looking at those in Nairobi. It is 14 and partly sunny in Nakuru. We're looking into a partly sunny Nyeri at 15, and then also 14 and partly sunny into Eldoret. Mombasa is sunny at 24. Malindi at 26 is sunny. Kisumu is sunny at 21, while 18 and sunny into Kakamega. Kampala is cloudy this morning, and Dar es Salaam, the rain is coming down at 23. It's partly cloudy at 9 degrees in Johannesburg, while Mogadishu is sunny at 27, and at 16 Addis Ababa is cloudy. It's cloudy at 26 into Lagos and cloudy at 24 in Kinshasa.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 23 minutes to 8 o'clock, the Member of Parliament for Saboti constituency is Caleb Amisi. And let's just get into it. He's here. Good morning, Mheshimiwa.
Good morning, and I want to extend my profound apologies for coming late. I'm a little bit under weather, coupled by, among other things, like traffic. I couldn't make it on time. But I'm here. I'll do what I can in the remaining 20 or so minutes. Yeah.
Well, thank you for that. Are you all right?
Yeah.
The weather is trying to...
I'm doing well. Yeah, a little coffee here and there, but we'll talk to Wananchi
at some way. Yes. We would have, of course, loved it if you were here at 7, but we accept that, and we thank you for being here anyway. We want to quickly look at the proverb for today before we get into our conversation. Shall we do that? CT is in the country of Algeria, and he'll share that proverb, and you can tell us what your interpretation
People's
of it.
Democratic Republic.
Oh, I beg your pardon. The
of Algeria.
People's Democratic Republic.
Okay.
They're not plants.
That's people's.
Yes.
The government of the people by the people.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
That one. Speak kindly or refrain from talking.
That's why it's called people's.
Yes,
I think it's just as clear as it is. If you have something to say, go ahead. If there is vitriol out of your mouth, then shut up.
Very simply so.
Yeah.
Indeed. So, Mheshimiwa, you're here this morning, and of course we are looking at questions and asking, first of all, does the government really care about what's happening in the country, or is all of this a political gimmick? you've been quite vocal, whether you have been speaking to crowds or whether you have sent messages on social media saying certain things about, you know what, we need to be very careful about the direction in which we are going. Many have called you a Renaissance champion in terms of saying Kenya must go in one direction. And here we are with so many things. And I've been saying for the last couple of days that it's actually been weighing on me. And I say there seem to be so many things that are going on at the same time. And we can't seem to chart our path or see the direction in which things are going. You're a member of parliament. You've been vocal. From a lawmaking point of view, what's going on?
Yeah, there is something terribly wrong with the government. Of course, we've had governments before, from Jomo Kenyatta's, Moi, Kibaki, Uhuru, now Ruto. I think Ruto has turned out as the worst we've had since independence. That one, it will go down the history, unfortunately. The worst, why? Because nothing seems to be working. There's no legacy attached to this. At least even Jomo Kenyatta had a legacy of post-colonial legacy. But this one, there's no post-colonial, there's no neo-colonial, there's no pre, there's no after posts. So there's nothing to write home about this government. Secondly, the blunders locally and internationally. At the international scene, I don't think Kenya no longer has a name anymore. We've spoilt our diplomatic standing that has been created since for the last 60 years. I don't know any country. You could see the results of the African Union. Basically resembles our Kenyan standing in the international space. Locally, it's lies. And that's why some of us have stood up against all odds. I know my party is working with the government, but I've made it very clear to Baba Raila that I'll not go that route. I've made it to my people that at some point we must have decency to champion a better cause. And in that, I've stuck my neck out. Of course, amidst threats. Sometimes when I post something on social media, you'll see calls from my office, sometimes even from NIS, sometimes from... I tell them, my friend, I'm not afraid anymore. I know some people, when they threaten, of course, they want you to stop and start working with the government. But I'm not that kind of a leader. If we all coil our tails, so we will save Kenya.
But Amisi, as we have this discussion, you belong to a house that is independent, the National Assembly, and you talk of the government that lies and calls from high places. And one would beg to ask the question, the National Assembly has been given the powers to oversight. You, as a member of parliament, you are in a position to bring petitions, to summon all these officers to get answers. You're being threatened. You report to the police. You call in the NS boss to give you answers. Why are you not doing that?
Yeah, of course, the petitions questions are there. Parliament does not pass a law because Caleb has brought a petition. Parliament will not call NIS because Caleb has requested so. Parliament as it is now cannot oversight the executive, as it were, by the principles of parliamentary democracy, constitutional democracy. We do not stand in that gap of exercising our oversight right. Why? Because it is predominantly members of the ruling party, and those members of ruling party are not independent in their decision making. They are controlled by the executive. You can have members of the ruling party who dominate in the parliament, but those members sometimes can even advise their president and say, look, things are not going on well. And these ones, they don't. It is instead they get instruction, which is very unfortunate. My colleagues from other side, ODM, they have also fallen prey to this gimmick. So we are left a few independent voices, other than those who are the remnants of Munyoro. Those ones we can't call them independent voices. Those are I think this is a result of of being impeached. Otherwise, if their boss was not impeached, they'll not be saying what they are saying. But there are people like us who, and despite what Baba has done, we come out and we tell him. I have told Baba to his face. Sometimes in fact, some of the reason why I was denied to chair Public Accounts Committee, I was told that I'm hitting the government too much. So I asked them, is Public Accounts Committee a ministry in the government? I thought the very purpose why it exists is to hit the government. So for me to be denied to chair a Public Accounts Committee just because I'm hitting the government, it's obscene. It's a convoluted system.
So would one be right to conclude that Parliament, as it sits today, is a toothless dog?
It cannot help Kenyans. Let's put Parliament aside as one of the institutions that we need. Of course, it does its fair share of the democratic work, like passing budget, raising voices where necessary. But when the rubber hits the road, where they are needed to now help Kenyans, they are aligned to their respective political parties, which is very unfortunate.
The Chief Justice Emeritus, David Maraga, close to the end of his tenure, on the basis of non-conformity to the 2/3 gender rule, said that Parliament actually should be abolished. Yeah, essentially, I'm using a little bit more, but should be essentially everybody should be sent home on that basis. One would imagine that from what you're saying now, based on the inability, lack of capacity to get certain things done when it comes to the representation, lawmaking and oversight for Kenyans, that Parliament is not doing his job. On another basis, would you imagine that the same thing should happen for Parliament today, who seems to be operating at the whims of the executive?
Yeah, the Chief Justice was right. He was basically following the law as laid out in the 2010 Constitution, that if Parliament fails to meet the 2/3 gender rule within certain period of time, then it does not stand as a democratic Parliament. That was by the law.
Yes.
But is that practically possible? The law exists, but this law is made for man.
Yeah. So now if we move that to what you're saying, by your own admission, that Parliament, based on that question that Dennis has asked, that Parliament is not doing what it's supposed to be doing. Is not.
So we face it out because of the gender rule?
No. Yeah. I was just making I'm making a connection that based on one issue, when it's not doing what it's supposed to do, phase it out. But if now, by your own admission, there are many other things that Parliament is meant to do, is not doing, would you then say then the same decision could be taken in terms of what could happen?
That decision of the Chief Justice, it was a legal decision, basically looking at the Constitution as it was passed. But it was not to say now, as a democracy, we do no longer need Parliament. It was not on the basis of the functions of Parliament in this broader structure of governance. It was just that the Parliament as it exists does not have followed the laid out true gender rule. But remember, as much as we have law, if we happen to say that Kenya is supposed to have, Kenya as a country, as a state, must have at least 100 million Kenyans. So should we abolish Kenya because it has so many people have died and we cannot have 100 million Kenyans?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes. The reason why you parliamentarians have the power to amend, you have the power to legislate, you have that power. When you are talking about a principle, I do not think, now this is a layman speaking, that Maraga said the principle and the Parliament as a constitutional body should be abolished. No, he was saying this particular gathering that we're referring to as Parliament have not met that threshold that the law requires. Okay? How many times, not in this country, have we seen, no, we actually have at some point earlier on in our history, has Parliament been dissolved? Can Parliament be dissolved? Hamisi, so it can.
Yeah, it can. But what I'm saying that sometimes when a decision is made, you look at the broader interests of the nation. Yes, in fact, some of the principles of the court decisions is based on the interests of the nation. At that particular time, you dissolve a parliament, you have no money to take all these 290 constituency by-elections. There are things that we call national interests. You don't just say, now this is the law, follow it. It's about national interest. At this point in time, as we are now.
You're being selective as to the application of the law.
No. There are so many things that, like now, we are supposed to have a by-elections. That is by law. Somebody died in the office, somebody was promoted to an higher office, and a by-election was occasioned. Almost 5 by-elections we've not had. So can you say now Parliament has less 290 people? Can we abolish Parliament because it has not reached 290 members of Parliament? No, there is no IBC. But the law is there. Yes. The decision was made. So there are some things that we are called, as we speak now, Parliament, in fact, it is not completely composed as the law says.
True. But is it not also clear, patently clear, that the decision of how we elect new members is not determined by Parliament? Not really.
But the IBC, once the Speaker has already communicated to the IBC is not there. The Parliament cannot conduct a by-election. It is the responsibility of the IBC.
You know, I was heading in your direction, but you've taken me back to my direction. So let me stick to my lane.
Yes.
Are you not, as Parliament, in a position to amend laws so that you cater for this little anomaly that you're speaking of? Where, because the Constitution talks about a certain timeline within which certain things must happen, does it not?
So we cannot amend law to allow a by-election to take place after 1 year. You know, what kind of decision is that? Just because there was a by-election yesterday, laws are amended for a reason. You don't make law in vain. You make law for a reason.
Thank you.
Just because there's a by-election, you can't come jump into Constitution and say, let's now amend this one to fit this one. You can't.
I agree with you 100%. So when the Chief Justice proclaims and says, you fellows are in violation of this Constitution, which you just can't amend willy-nilly, we just can't say it is the law, but the practicality. Does the law really give you that leeway? You are told this is the law, and you say, no, excuse me. The interpretation then is taken to court, is it not? Yeah. And that's where it had gone. And then the court spoke. But let's discuss other things.
No, we need to also agree that the Constitution has a lot of lacuna. And of course, we borrowed from other jurisdictions, and that's why we are trying to fit into our society setup. So it may not be a perfect document, and that's why some of these things that you talk about, amendment of law, they need a referendum. They don't just need 2,000 members to pass.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, they need a referendum, and of course, the process of referendum, you all know. And of course, without an IBC, there is no referendum.
Okay. And I think as well, when you talk about the roles of a member of parliament are 3: legislation, representation, and oversight. Yourself here is saying you are unable to do that which the Constitution tells you to do. Then why should we have a body that fails to respect the Constitution in terms of the roles that it has been given? But that aside, you also speak in terms of failure to oversight. So who oversights the government if you cannot?
Yeah, that's why I said, as we are now, the government is not being, we are not overseeing the government accordingly. Yes, that's what I have said, and I put it on record that Parliament as it is now
has failed.
It does not have the capacity to oversight the government, as it were, democratically speaking. Why? Because of too much leaning towards the executive position by members who are elected on the regime party, as well as members from opposition who are too vocal in support of the same regime.
Yeah, and why is that? We saw a broad-based government essentially come into play a few months ago. We see that individuals who you would normally be on the same side as have been, touting and, been celebrating this move. Again, this is where we saw the space that you play in, where you said absolutely not. Is this government that has supposedly come together, is it going to have staying power?
I don't think the government will have. In fact, they are living on borrowed time, because the wrath of citizens out there is waiting for Ruto and his henchmen, including Raila Odinga. I'm sorry, he's my party leader, But if we continue supporting Ruto, they are going to be combined together. They'll go home together by force. If anything like Gen Z comes now, that what it happens in June 2025. Now there's no any other Raila out there to save Ruto because they say now you are together.
Yeah.
You'll have to go home. There's nobody who will now help him to stabilize the government.
Okay.
So it is not about who joins Ruto. If you join, even if Gachagua joins Ruto,
Today.
they will go home together.
So one of the issues that has been hot over the last couple of weeks has been this whole issue of the road maintenance levy fund, whether we should have NGCDF, whether members of parliament should control it or stick to their role of legislation, oversight and representation. Don't be dealing with these things of money. We don't need you there. Your party leader has also come out to say, actually, you know what? Even this money that we're talking about, let it remain at the counties. Let the governors handle that. What is your position on this?
My position is that so far, as a person who has done, in fact, I'm elected twice, courtesy of my good work in CDF, purely because it is not on party. Where I come from, ODM is not predominantly the party. It's not on tribe. Where I come from, my tribe, Maragoli, are hardly 100. And I've been elected by Bukusus and the suburbs. Irrespective of the UDA, they left their UDA. They said only Caleb out of UDA. The rest UDA. On this other side, the DAP and the 40 Kenya, they said only Caleb. Why? Not because I'm a big bodied, I'm a small man who is no standing in the society. But just
that's
because.
not true. By the time you're elected once, twice, you have a lot of standing.
I wanted you to say it. I can't blow my own trumpet. How can I blow my own trumpet? Yeah? That's why you are here.
That's why I'm here.
Yes.
Asante.
Yeah, so you can see these are reasons. Why? Because of managerial skills that I portrayed. No, see, some of these funds, it gives you a leader managerial, to showcase your financial managerial prowess. And I think it can be escalated down to the MCA. No problem. To me, it's not about a matter of devolving or who denies who these funds. It is a matter of are the funds in the right position, in the right management hand. It can go to governor, but look at what governors are doing.
No. So
they are squandered in everything. So it can remain at the ministry, but look at what the ministries are doing. So let it go even to the sub chief. No problem. It will get somebody who is very good.
Bwana Hamisi, I don't know where some Kenyans live or what it is that's happening in the constituencies. I have seen what CDF has done.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
So it doesn't matter. If we need to change the law, change it. CDF has played a very crucial role in development. In the absence of CDF, we would not have been able to understand the county government as we do. My point and yours are the same. Given how the Auditor General reveals to us the mismanagement of county funds, and then you give them more money, out of the question.
I ask the question to Caleb.
In my constituency, everything is written commissioned by Caleb Amis.
Okay.
There is nothing written commissioned by Natembe or of Patrick Simiyu. Nothing.
Caleb.
Completely nothing.
In the implementation.
Out of 9 billion. And mine is 150 million.
Okay, Caleb. You have done a great job with the CDF, as you say. And with regard to that, one would beg the question, who oversights the job that you do at the county? Because that is where rubber meets the road.
The oversight is supposed to be by the MCA, the county assembly.
But MCAs are supposed to oversight the county government. Who oversights Caleb Amisi on the implementation and spending of CDF funds?
Let me now explain to you. Let me educate you.
Yes.
The CDF is a bit, in fact, the member of parliament is just a patron of the CDF. I don't know whether they can have somebody oversight in a patron. A patron basically means you are not the AIE holder, you are not the project manager, you don't develop proposals. It is developed by the fund manager, who is an employee of the treasury, coordinated by the national NGCDF board. He's actually employed by board, and the board is an appendage of the treasury. Now, when the members of parliament, the prowess comes in, when you are able to come in as an over, in fact, the member of parliament is an oversight to CDF, basically, that this one is don't do right. The Wananchi want this. Can you put this in your proposal to help these people? This is where our support and our input comes in.
Yeah.
So you cannot say a person who is now trying to patron, you are also telling them they need to have somebody to patron him again. It's not possible. But for the county, really, they make the budget.
Yeah.
They decide where do we take this money. As I don't decide, I have no obligation to say
that.
this money can go to this. No. It is by, and it has. In fact, CDF has the lowest administrative cost. The lowest
5%,
2 or 5% thereabout. The lowest.
So, I mean, look, our time is running out, and this is why it would have been great to have you for even longer. But we must ask the question. Monday evening, yesterday, 7 people died at the hands of security agents and over a land grabbing issue. You made a statement about that as well.
Yeah.
Where are we if we still have innocent people being killed in this manner by security forces in the country?
I will say the costs are growing. The costs to this nation are growing day by day. When you see innocent Maasais who are just grazing their land being sprayed with bullets by police officers who are supposed to protect. The government exists to protect the citizens. There are law. I don't think even 1,000 people can fail to arrest them if they are gone against breaking the law. Shooting people has become like a hobby by police officers and other people, gun carrying Kenyans. It must stop. This is insane because we are normalizing killing of citizens. We are making it something normal. In fact, by next year we'll have forgotten.
Sadly,
they are going to make noise in funerals. In fact, the people who are going to make more noise are those people in the government. They are going to tell you how they are going to arrest these officers. They are even going to say their names. They are even going to say how they could even arrest them, by the way. But then they are released the following day. Yeah. So this is not a government. In fact, in other jurisdiction, Murkomen could have resigned. Not even the police officers or the DIG. Murkomen, the head of internal security, he could have said, I cannot stand as a CS
and allow this to happen.
With this respect, I step down.
I hear you.
He can't step down. Maybe in his dreams. But we must bring this to an end.
Absolutely.
We cannot normalize killing of Kenyans, innocent Kenyans, like chicken on the streets.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
Caleb Hamisi is the Member of Parliament for Saboti constituency. A short conversation, but some nuggets come out of it. So thank you so much for being here this morning. Good morning. It's 2 minutes after 8.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. We are saddened by the passing of our colleague here at SpiceFM, Edward Kwach. He was 44. Quatch was the Spice Drive presenter. In a statement, family spokesperson Michael Query said Quatch passed away last night following weeks of medical care. Quatch recently appealed for blood donations, drawing support from fans and colleagues in the media industry. Query said he'll be remembered not only for his warmth and humor, but also for his exceptional taste in music, which brought joy and comfort to many. He is Quatch engaging with fans on air on his birthday last month.
And for you who's taken the effort to either call or message me on this day, and especially you, Tyrone, man. Tyrone tells me, by the way, that good morning, happy birthday. You're getting closer to 60, the 6th floor. Yeah, well, that was a cuss word. That was the reply to that one. Ty, I see you, brother.
May peace be with his soul. The Independent Policing Oversight Authority, or IPOA, has provided updates on the investigations it has conducted since the Gen Z-led mass protests last June. This follows a BBC expose that highlighted the protests against the Finance Bill 2024 and emphasized the importance of police accountability. IPOA said of the 60 reported deaths, 22 investigations have been completed and it's currently pursuing 36 active cases while 2 others are in court. IPOA further announced that among the completed investigations, 8 are undergoing final internal review, with 4 in the last stages of report writing. A petitioner has moved to court seeking Nakuru Governor Susan Kihika's removal from office just days after she returned to the country from an extended stay in the United States. Peter Mwaniki is seeking an urgent declaration from the Constitutional and Human Rights Division of the High Court that Kihika is unfit to hold office on the grounds that she holds dual citizenship, Kenyan and American. Mwaniki, a voter in Nakuru County, claims that Kihika's past employment as an assistant district attorney in Dallas County, Texas, is proof that she holds American citizenship. More than 300 Kenyans paid millions of shillings for jobs in the Middle East, though through a recruitment exercise commissioned by the Ministry of Labour last year, but are yet to secure employment. Representatives of the job seekers who appeared before the Senate Labour Committee on Monday recounted how they each paid between 15,000 shillings and 55,000 shillings for employment promises that remain unfulfilled months later, despite assurances from state agencies. This man was one of them.
Tuliitishwa pesa ya medical. Mimi nilipiga simu nyumbani, nikaitisha mtu wa chama, akanitumia 15,000 na nililipa. Sasa kutoka siku hiyo hatuchaona mwelekeo wa kazi. Tuliambiwa tusubiri, tutaitwa, mpaka saa hii hatuchapata mwelekeo.
Kuna pesa yoyote umerudishiwa tangu ulipe?
Sasa mimi nimerudishiwa 10,000 peke yake.
Nini ilifanyika ukarudishiwa?
Kupitia kwako ndio nilifanya malilio yako kwako, ukanisaidia ukarudisha 10,000, 5,000 sijaona bado.
The Senate committee has summoned Labour CS Alfred Mutua and the management of the National Employment Authority, or NEA, to shed light on the matter as the ministry directly supervised the much publicized recruitment drive. At least 68 African migrants have been killed in a US airstrike on a detention center in Houthi-controlled northwestern Yemen, the armed group's TV channel says. Al Masira reported that another 47 migrants were injured, most of them critically, when the center in Saada province was bombed. It posted graphic footage showing multiple bodies covered in the rubble of a destroyed building. That's the News Wire. I'm Edwin Lisamir.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Traffic.
All right, let's see what's happening on these roads. Traffic this morning starting to build right around this time. Many folks on the road as schools are open. Yeah, so we know that traffic has increased significantly. On the Thika Superhighway, traffic is coming in heavy through towards Survey, and on Limuru Road, very heavy as you get towards Muthaiga. Lower Kabete through towards Spring Valley is also doing the thing this morning, and coming off of the whole Westerns area onto Waiaki Way. Quite busy as well. Traffic on Ngong Road is busy. It's coming in heavy from Kikuyu Road through towards Naivasha Road and then out towards Ngong Road. As you're coming in from Langata Road, you're going to find some traffic. Some of that will go towards Raila Odinga Way. The rest of it goes through towards Aerodrome, connecting with traffic that's heavy along Uhuru Highway. And we also know that Landis Road through towards Kamkunji and Haile Selassie in and outbound is already crazy this Tuesday. So we're keeping an eye on all of this. Traffic is quite something as we are in traffic hour. Let's keep an eye on all of this and try to keep this moving. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi. This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
A very good morning to you. 8 minutes after 8 o'clock into the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. And as we continue to talk on things that matter, having conversations that are very important for us to have, you're welcome to the Situation Room. If you're tuning in on our live streams on YouTube, Facebook, and on X, we're right here and continuing radio around the country, the region, and indeed the world. And a very good morning to our audience that clicks in on KTN. Good to have you here. And another moment for us to remember our friend, our brother, our colleague, Edward Kwach, who passed on and went home last evening after a short illness. He's been with us for a very long time, has been a very, very dear friend to many of us. And we remember him, we remember those whom he loved and those who love him. And on this day, as a SpiceFM family, we weep, we mourn, and ask that his soul rest in peace. And at 9 minutes past, we're going back to school today, and a lot of children getting back on those buses and getting across the country to get into school today. And you know what? Naivas says it's back to school season, so let Naivas be your home of deals. Naivas has walked with Kenyans through celebrations that matter, and now as students gear up for term 2, it is actually the longest term in the year, and Naivas is right there with you again. So some of you have already prepared your children shopping. We hope that you did it at Naivas. Some of you will still be doing that into the next coming days, and what you need to do is do not cut corners when it comes to their shopping. Give them what they need. Get fully loaded at any Naivas Kiloko near you and make every item count. Kijaze, Kikapu, Kibonge with Naivas. Enjoy unbeatable discounts, everyday low prices, and a full range of back-to-school essentials. And guess what? They're all in one place. So we can make the season a breeze. We turn you into the hero they see you as for walking with them every step of the way on their educational journey. And you can do this with Naivas. Speaking of children, and what you're securing for them for the future, we're going to have a conversation right around that this morning. Our guest is in the hot seat. He's been here before, and we love the conversations that we have, pointing us into the right direction in many cases. Robert Kibara is the Group CEO of the HF Group, and he joins us in the hot seat yet again this morning. Robert, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
How are you doing?
Very well.
Since the last time?
Very, very well.
Good.
CT, good to see you.
Nice to see you. You're well?
I'm very well.
No, he and I keep meeting in Muranga.
I've closed one eye and looked at both of you. Under good things, of course.
Yes.
So we're back to school, of course, and we are looking at conversations around children and their future, securing your child's future, and just we're going to wrap our heads around that a little bit. But before we do that, CT, as you know, aside from Muranga, has also gone to Algeria.
Oh, interesting.
And I think they're called. I think their football team is called the Desert Foxes.
Something of that sort.
Something like that, or is it the Tunisians who are the Foxes?
I'm not
anyway,
certain. I'm not certain.
CT has a proverb from Algeria, the People's Republic of Algeria, and he's going to share that with us today.
People's Democratic Republic.
Oh, it is democratic. I forgot. I'm sorry.
People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. Yes.
So he's going to share that proverb with you, and we'd like your interpretation of the same.
Okay.
Speak kindly or refrain from talking.
Speak kindly or refrain from talking.
Yes.
I think it means that if you have to say something unkind, then just shut up.
Yep. If you have nothing positive to say.
If you have nothing positive to say, shut up. Shut up.
I like the sound of that word this morning because it's just very clear this morning. You know, really, if it's not going to build or make somebody feel good, just shut
if it's
up.
not going to add value, just keep quiet.
Kana maoni yako.
Sawa kabisa.
Sawa kabisa. All right, so we're looking into treasuring your child's future by instilling financial wisdom. We're going to reference this man CT again, because for many conversations that we have around things that you can do in the future, he will often ask, do we have programs whereby the young people in schools where they're learning everything else about life, whether it is mathematics, that's a totally different story for another day, or whether they're learning other subjects, they're learning everything at that time. But this one thing whereby we're saying it's very important for you to get some insights and knowledge about, we seem to never ever talk about it until they've either landed themselves in debt, they've, or done something later on in life and they say, oh, by the way, let me teach you some financial inclusion when you've already made the mistake. So he often says that's ripe ground for them to be able to start to learn some of these things. And it would appear as though you're in the same, where you think that, okay, let's start talking to these children. Let's start bringing children up in this whole idea of financial wisdom. Before we go into the how, maybe you can give us a little bit more insight into the why it's important.
So it's quite important to teach children about money. I know that many people who are listening to us now are actually either going to work, but they are going to look for money. Yeah, and we do that all our lives. From the time from the time you start working until the last days of life, we look for money and actually use money. But the one thing that we are never taught in schools or anywhere is about money. And in African cultures, talking about money is almost taboo. Families, people don't talk about money. I think the most people talk about money is when the mzee or the person saying, I don't have it. It's when you don't have it. I don't have it, yeah. But it's absolutely important, and as you say, and people blunder through life for them to then understand how money works. And so that's very important that people get to learn about very early on in life about money. And also not just about money, but healthy habits around money. Healthy habits around money. Because money is brutally honest. Money will, once you have the money and you don't use it in certain ways, it goes irrevocably. It just goes, and the consequences are immediate. So, it's absolutely important that we teach our children, especially at an early age, how money works, developing healthy habits. There is this experiment that was done by Stanford University sometime, where children, a group of children, 4 to 6 years of age, were put in a place, and they were given marshmallow, and they were told, if you do not eat this marshmallow within 15 minutes, I'm going to give you one more. If you eat, you don't get. So obviously some kids really struggled with it, and some just eat it outright. And then there are some who persevered, and 15 minutes later they were each given one. And then a later study was conducted throughout their lives. And the ones who actually did not eat were found to have been a lot more successful financially. They were found to do very well, to not do substance abuse. They were found, they were generally way more successful than the people who eat. So those habits that enable people to live life, to understand how to delay gratification, actually. To delay gratification, those lessons, if learned early, can actually help people right into the future. So it's important for people to discuss money from an early age. Yeah.
You see, growing up, we had this thing called the piggy bank that people used to go put money in and whatnot. And later in life, you'd find someone during the holidays, what they want to go swimming. Back in the days, there was one hotel in Eldoret, Serico Hotel, where it was the luxurious hotel of the time, where these kids, we could come together and say, because we have saved up for this amount and we're allowed to finally at the end of the year open up the piggy bank, we get this money, kidogo, we go out with our own money, kidogo, we then go deposit in our accounts. And looking back, it is the basic foundation that tells you to put money in for rainy days, or if you want to do something with that money, you have the power to do that.
Yes.
Now, this information to young people, to the kids, what does it do in their later years is the question.
So you see, once that child learns early, I'll just give an example of my own story. So when I was growing up very early, my father ran a restaurant, a hotel actually, and there were these jukeboxes Huge bookstores. That I'm sure your city knows a lot about that. Yeah. And people would put a shilling, a coin, to play music.
Yeah.
And when people get a little bit excited, they keep it running.
Yeah.
So at the end of the month, we would open the jukebox where the coins go.
Yeah.
And I would help my father to count these coins. And that's when I learned early on that 1 shilling on its own is very small.
Yes.
But when they are added together, many of them, it adds up to huge amounts of money. And you take this money to the bank, and we would spend a lot of time counting the money. And early on, it's the same story of the piggy bank, that you put in that one insignificant coin, one by one, and over time it becomes a lot of money. Or you can decide to spend it, and then you don't have. So psychologically, when kids actually, it teaches several things. Number one, patience. That you put a coin and another coin and another coin, and eventually it adds up. And then the other thing is just the compounding effect of money. That money actually grows. In fact, when you add time and interest, lessons around time and interest, money actually grows exponentially, or it is not there at all. So those lessons learned early by children completely changes their view of money, and they are more likely going to be successful financially in their future.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
More than the child who has absolutely no view of money. In fact, it's worse now because people don't see the actual cash. As we saw the money, people don't see the actual cash. So you have really the concept of money is very different.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is appropriate for what age? I imagined when it was you start to talk to children about certain other things that they say at a certain age. By the time a child is able to identify who they are, male, female, you start having certain conversations. When do you start having a conversation then about money for a child? And at what stages would you then have different conversations? What's age appropriate?
Okay. So as early as possible. So it can start as early. Like I was just reading a story of Warren Buffett. So he started saving money. He actually started selling sweets at the age of 6. And then he would get some profit. His father was an investment banker. So he taught him about money and saving and investments very early. And the profits he made, he invested, and over time, obviously, his investments grew. So the question about then at what age do you teach about money? So you can actually start at, say, 3. Teach the child how to count money. Actual notes. Just counting. This is 10, this is 20, this is 30. And then also, at an early age, then, involve children in expenditure. Let me give you an example. So you go to a hotel, if you have cash, rather than you paying, let the child pay. And in fact, have them keep the money with them so that when you go to the next place, then they pay. So they will actually see firsthand how money gets depleted.
Right.
How money actually...
Oh, that's a brilliant idea.
How money goes.
My goodness. I should have thought about this a while ago.
Yeah, and then saving. At some point you start having, it could be a piggy bank, just how to save money slowly. Now there are obviously banking apps, there are bank accounts, like us, we have an account called Treasure Account. That is quite good. So you teach them to save early. And then also, there's something that people ignore, that when people have an overrated sense of money, that is also that's a negative in their life. So also generosity does help. Getting somebody to giving somebody money and having them give it out. Having them give it out actually does help to reduce the sense. People do crazy things for money. People do totally crazy things for money.
Yep.
Money sometimes is overrated. And then as they grow older, then you start now having tasks, linking tasks to reward. Allowances for reward. So somebody does some work, and then they are paid for something they really need. So that they learn the value of that. You actually have to work to get the cash. As they get older, you can then teach them about things like investments, how to invest. I'll just give you an example of something that happened to me and my daughter. So I decided to just give my daughter some money every month. We put it in an account. She has the card. She has the card, and I told her, if you need to spend some money for small things, lunch and something, you can spend it, but this money we are working on a certain project. So, but I could see the account. And so for 6 months, the money actually grew. Money grew well. And then after 6 months, I started seeing expenditure. The card being swiped, and I could see this. I can see this is a shoe shop. She's obviously spent on a meal. Most likely, she has actually paid for her friends, and the money came down to zero. And I just watched painfully as the money went down to zero.
And you said nothing?
Nothing.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I had told her, now we need to do an investment, check the balance, so that then we can do the investment. And he knew there was nothing. So she dilly-dallied for some days. Then eventually she came and told me, actually, there is no money. And then she told me about how the money ended, got finished. And so we then sat down, and I then asked her, all these shoes you bought,
right?
Some that you use, some you don't use, the clothes you bought. If you were asked to choose between the money you had and these clothes today and the shoes, what would you prefer? And she said, I would want to have my money back. I would want to have my money back. And then obviously we spent time now taking her through lessons of how money works. Then when works that a coin spent is gone forever, a coin saved is a coin earned, and lessons about that. Then I said, okay, we are continuing with the journey. With the lessons learned, we will carry on with the journey, we'll continue putting in the money, but now you are wiser. So she goes on now. Now we are actually now getting to the investment phase. Teach her now different investments that we can put in the money. But she is now a lot wiser. She's spending the money. I track and see actually the way she's spending it is a lot wiser. So these things, as they go older, you teach them. Otherwise, then they will make blunders way later in their lives that are way more expensive when they can't afford the blunders and with a lot more money. So I think and then also just having open conversations with people. Also teaching people, with the kids as they grow older, the pitfalls, the gambling, online scams, pyramid schemes, things like that. So those lessons can be taught from very early, just basic accounting, piggy bank, putting money, all the way to when people are older and moving to now their investments. If you do that by the way, for me, my parents did that for me. So I made my mistakes very early in my life. That now, credit cards and all those things, I never really suffered those things because I had already been taught a lot of these things very early in my life.
Okay. So if you do set the path at the beginning, they're very unlikely to sway from it in the future.
Yeah.
So it is a fundamental principle, not just biblical.
And they make the mistakes early. Yeah.
You see, the thing that I hear you saying is you need to allow them to make that mistake.
Yes. Yeah.
Because when you spend the money, there's fun in spending it.
Yeah.
And you can see the value you're getting. And at that point, you value it. When the money is gone, you realize that if I didn't have the money, I wouldn't have been able to do this.
Exactly.
Now I don't have it.
Exactly.
Yes. So whatever I was doing, I now cannot do.
Yeah.
So the issue of how do I ensure that money keeps coming in? Not how do I ensure that my father gives it to me, but how do I ensure that I can be in a position where the money comes in?
Exactly.
Because when it's your own money, then your spending habits become very different.
Yeah, that's true. And actually, when they earn it is very, very different. But you see, what happens is that, especially from where I sit in the banks, I see people who accumulate large amounts of money over their lifetime.
But
they give this money to their children, and within 1, 2, 3 years, it's as if you never worked.
Yeah.
It's gone. In fact, it can even cause the children themselves to die. Because they've never seen this. There's one guy we gave some money, I think it was like 50 million or something. That money almost killed the guy. The guy had never experienced anything like that, obviously had not learned these habits and all that. So it is, and these things we accumulate in our lives, we are going to leave these things here.
Yes.
So it's as well that we help our children to understand how money works and how then they can nurture these resources. And it has to start when they are early. And it has to be deliberate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which Which then takes us to understanding how to spend this money in terms of knowing what you need and what you want.
Yeah.
Because then again, that aspect of conversation was the needs.
Yes.
Food, clothing, shelter. But a child will say, that my father will do, I don't care about it.
Yes.
But how do we have this conversation such that it is enough for them to understand what is important, what they can put aside, and where they can focus on?
Okay. So how I see it is that, you see, the one thing that parents sometimes we do that actually is very damaging is to give children what they want all the time.
That was actually my next question.
It's quite difficult. It's very hard not to.
Yeah.
But actually, we are basically destroying children because they become entitled, they become dependent, they become spoiled brats.
Yeah,
that's essentially what it is. But also learning then needs and wants. I would like to look at it this way.
Yes.
I early on learned about assets and liabilities, and accountants will not agree because this is not really how in accounting it works. But in expenditure, you can spend in an asset or a liability. A liability removes money from your pocket. An asset adds money to your pocket. That's first of all the basic. So if you buy, do impulse shopping for clothes and all those things, they actually remove money from your pocket. Junk food actually removes money from your pocket because despite messing you up, they mess your health and your health bills are more. Chasing gadgets, the latest gadgets these are liabilities. And then of course the assets. If you buy a book that teaches you a skill, it's an asset. If you're a professional and you buy a tool that helps you to do your work, either a laptop or if you're a surveyor, you buy equipment, those are assets. If you obviously savings, investments, and all those things are assets. So that's the basic level that people need to understand. That if you spend more, especially on liabilities, than you earn, you will become a slave of debt, without any doubt.
But Robert, the discussion around children, as Ndu mentioned, it's a pet subject of mine.
Yeah.
Partly because I was once upon a time a teacher.
Yes.
I taught for a long time. I was even a head teacher. So when you're in that space, there are many things you understand because you're there for a long time.
Yes.
But even from a purely business perspective, that is an excellent marketing strategy because you're actually growing a clientele from a very, very, very early age.
Yes.
And if they associate you with that learning, guess what? When they're in a position to actually deposit or open accounts, they'll come to you.
Exactly.
Because it's you they identify with. Now, that is children. But there is a group who never learned how to manage money from a very early age.
Yes.
I'm talking about people in my age bracket.
Yeah.
5 to 10 years younger. Now, older, you're fairly near the grave, but not quite there yet. So, this group at some point come across a lot of money because they're being given dues for having worked for a long time. I've had occasion to witness, long before I got to this age, how that money just vanishes. Whoop!
Yeah.
It's like it was never there.
Yeah.
And the person now is in dire straits and they cannot do what they used to do before and they're stuck and many die. Are they products before people actually retire?
Yeah.
And even when they retire and they have means, because sometimes they think they know and actually they do not. Because somebody who's never done business gets a whole chunk of money, he wants to go into business, you're thinking, my goodness, do you really know what you're doing? It's because someone has told you. Is this a group that is worth talking to and getting them to understand that it is never too late to start changing what you did and to think of new ideas?
Absolutely. So you ask whether they are products, and the truth is that they are actually products. Not even just products. Our bank is called HFC. So we have advisors, trained advisors. What people do is that once a lot of people do actually get this lump sum money, especially towards retirement, they first of all, especially men, they will disappear for a while. And then they'll come back when the money is finished. But I would advise people way before retirement, I think it's just good to get professional advice. Just come to us. We have advisors, we have products, we have even just wealth management solutions that we can help you to actually be able to create wealth from the money you have. That can help you to invest. And it's not just savings accounts in the banks, because we have, but we can actually genuinely advise you that this is how best you can be able to utilize this money to help you for the rest of your life.
Indeed.
Yeah, that whole compounding effect of money. If they are younger children, parents want to do to save for children, we have an account called Tracer account. We have another one called Target Save that can help people walk the journey with their children, and they can see from the banking app. You can actually see the journey that you've gone
on it.
So what I urge people to do, actually seek professional advice. Banks like us, especially us, we exist not just to make money, but we advise people on these things. We advise people on these things, whether you put the money with us or not, because we understand that these things are never really taught. But we have gone to school to understand how money works, and we can actually support people with that financial knowledge. Advice is, first of all, the most important.
Right.
And then from there, you deploy the cash. And then we also, I think also when people get money, get excited. You have these great plans before you get the money. And then once the money lands, it's so sometimes it's just good to calm down and seek advice rather than just investing in what you have had another person has done. You set up a bar and
first of all, you change the car you're driving.
You change the car you're driving. That's a liability, as I said earlier.
All right.
Yeah.
So let's take a break at this point. We're having a conversation this morning with Robert Kibara, who is the Group CEO of HF Group, and we're looking at, so what can you do to instill financial wisdom in children? It's never too early to start. So let's take a break and come back and look at some of those products and things that actually folks can do to actually steer children in this direction from an early age. We'll continue into that when we come back from this break at 26 minutes to 9. It's Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Where? Have you heard about moringaschool.com?
Moringaschool.com. Save money on your rising electricity bill with StarTime Solar Home Solution. We offer a complete home and commercial energy saving system that includes solar panels with 15-year warranty, lithium battery with 10 years warranty, and an inverter with 5 years warranty. StarTime Solar Home Solution is efficient, reliable, and safe to power essential appliances, complete home lighting, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, microwaves, iron box, instant shower, and entertainment devices, television, computers, Wi-Fi, and so much more. Say yes to reduced electricity bills and call us today on 0719 077 777 and get started on your green energy journey today. StarTime Solar. Power your life.
Where? Have you heard about moringaschool.com?
Moringaschool.com. Hapo ndio future tech iko boss.
Kenya's top software engineers, data analysts, cybersecurity pros, and UI UX design ninjas wanatoka Moringa.
Hey, na unasema hauna degree? No stress. Whether you are looking to upskill, stuck in a boring job, ama you are starting from zero, Moringa's got your back, man.
Visit moringaschool.com, where anyone can create their future.
This back to school season, Naivas is your home of deals.
Na tunarudi term 2 in style bila kufinya shopping list, kwa sababu Naivas Kiloko imesort uniforms, lunchbox goodies, stationery na school bags. Kila kitu ya back to school iko under one roof.
Furahia crazy discount na unbeatable daily prizes kufanya back to school iwe shwari. Naivas, kijaze kikapu kibonge, always saving your money every day.
Traffic.
All right, let's see what's happening now with traffic as it gets into the city. It is still heavy on Uhuru Highway as you get out from Nyaya Stadium, the roundabout through towards Haile Selassie at that junction. It's busy still coming off of Thika Super Highway from that Allsops junction, getting out towards Survey. And also traffic on Kiambu Road continues. There is traffic on Limuru Road, heavy. Lower Kabete Spring Valley is exceptionally busy this morning with bumper-to-bumper traffic going through towards Westlands from the Paponi side. It's also busy then as you come in from Kikuyu Road through Naivasha Road. Very heavy traffic in and outbound towards Ngong Road. So that continues this morning. We're keeping an eye on all of this. We are still in traffic hour. We'll talk and keep things moving on SpiceFM KE on X, #The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 22 minutes to 9 o'clock, we're having a conversation this morning with Robert Kibara, who's the Group CEO, HF Group, and we're talking about, treasure your child's future by instilling financial wisdom. So we talk about, and it's a hard thing, whether you have, a shilling that you will give your child or 100,000 shillings that you give your child, you want to do that. And you said, okay, well, don't give them everything they want because that doesn't help. But then there are the issues of, okay, well, in order to have something that this child can save in the future, Robert, they have to get the money somehow, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you put them to work at home for them to do chores and you give them something? Does that take away from training? Do you give your children an allowance? How do you do that? Because then from there they can learn, well, what exactly do you do?
Yeah. So, I think children need to learn about that money actually is earned, because at some point in their lives they'll have to earn the money themselves. And they also start linking that there is some effort to reward. So, I actually think that it's important to just give children allowances, but allowances should be linked to some sort of work or tasks that they have done, or at least an objective. So I think it's very important to do that. So
we live in a very interesting time right now, because back in the days you had that physical cash. Piggy bank, at the end of the day, I will open that and I will get the money. You will go to that, you say to the Cherokee box. You open it, you'll get the money. But here is a time when most of the cash is transacted digitally. It's M-Pesa, send it here and there. But then we also live at a time when we have a lot of gambling that is going on. We have the FX traders, who are very many in these countries as you speak right now. So how do we train children around this new medium of transaction that does exist?
So as I said earlier, when we were growing up, we were dealing in cash. Cash money. So you'd go to a shop and you'd use the money, and the money would get finished and you watch it go. Now we are in the world of tapping, swiping, clicking, subscriptions,
and wiring.
Wiring, also some sort of gambling.
Yes.
So it's very, very, very important that parents have discussions with children. First of all, to understand how these things work. That when you are swiping a card, there is actually money that has left an account. There was money that has been worked for. Yeah. It is your money, that has been that has left an account. When you are swiping a credit card, that there is actually a debt that has
that has accrued. Yeah.
that has accrued, and what that means. So these things, how do they work at the back? That's absolutely important. But also silent expenditure. Like the way you can do a subscription, it just removes your money, over time. Scams that happen. And in this digital world, it's a lot more sophisticated. It's silent. You can't see it.
Yeah.
So having those conversations early with children, in a deliberate way and in a step-by-step way, is absolutely important. And you'll be surprised that a lot of people, especially the young people, don't know these things at all. They don't. They don't know these things. They don't know actually that once you swipe a card, what does it mean? That actually the money has been removed from your account and you had actually went to work to raise that money. Those conversations.
Then again, there is the other side that we could also have conversations around the silent investment, money market fund.
Yes, the positive side, exactly. Yes. Yeah, using digital platforms. So, but also, there is a question earlier that Ndu was talking about how giving allowances. But it's also good to, when you are linking reward, you could also link with the digital type rewards. Yeah, like kids use games these days, so they work, and then they get some allowance, and they can use that, say, that's for some games. But also teaching them also saving. saving digitally. There are banking apps that are able to do that. There are digital tools that people can use for budgeting, involving them in budgeting, so that they can be able to understand really how money works. Like, for instance, if you're going on a holiday, it's good to sit down with your child and say, okay, air tickets will cost this will cost this, you're going to spend this. And during the holiday, follow the budget. And if they are asking for something that is not on the budget, you tell them, okay, this we did with you, this is outside the budget. So they can actually start getting to see.
Yeah.
I do that all the time. We draw a budget and then we say, okay, we have gone, so this is the budget we are going to stick. We are going to count the money that we are going to spend all the way. And they can actually see how decisions to do one thing or another affect. Eventually, you can have planned to spend X amount, but it can double if you don't follow. Then they start learning these things very early.
Make it practical,
practical, but linked to reward. But the reward also has to be so the tasks or the objective needs to be reachable. Otherwise, also children, what happens? They give up. They give up on something and say, that one. But also, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't buy a child something that they haven't worked for, obviously. Yeah. Because also you're a parent. Those lessons, I think, are absolutely important and very early in life. Yeah.
So, I want to go back to something that you had mentioned, whereby you don't give children everything they want, versus at least make sure that they have what they need, but you don't give them everything they want. But we operate in this world where there are expectations. There's a lot of peer pressure, isn't there? So how do you then make you draw the line between this thing that they need to have to understand the world in which they live in versus the thing that they want, and then get them to the place whereby they could be spoiled? And it could be harmless, isn't it? Going out and having a meal with your friends or something like that wouldn't be harmless. We can't say that you can do it every time you want to. So how do you draw those lines?
I think just a basic question as, do we need this or do you just want it? 1 month from now or 2 weeks from now, will you actually need it? Will you actually use it? And this money that we are going to spend, should we spend it on this, or are there other things, better things that we can actually spend? So it is not that you are going to always buy the things that you need. There will be some wants that people will buy. But actually children understanding the difference. And it's just those questions. So you want this, okay, if it wasn't this, that you are probably not going to use, what else can we be able to do? And you have a conversation, and you'll find that they actually over time start to understand and differentiate between needs and wants, and you can be able to help them to beat either peer pressure or impulse buying, or those negative financial habits that build up and eventually become a monster. And then also, if the purchase is going to lead to a debt, then understanding what that means. That actually now we'll have to start working to do that. So that conversation about needs and wants is important. But the best thing to do is not to say, no, we can't. No. Is to just sit down. What I've seen with these young people, I have them in my house. They are actually very receptive to conversations. As we just used to be quarreled,
Oh no, you're told this is what you're going to
do. But these young people today, they actually very receptive to conversations. Explain to me, tell me about it.
So we would actually then be doing them a disservice by not involving them in this process.
In these conversations, they want to. They actually want to have a conversation and understand and debate and then agree. And you'll find that they'll own that decision that has been made from a conversation than the one you just said, no, I don't want to hear.
So there's a tricky part of this, isn't there, Robert, that there are very many, a young person today who is not in a position to receive anything, whether it is a shilling or 100. Right? Because of, economic situations, parents are struggling to put meals on the table, and for you to get something that you can call your own or that you can even start to save is hard. We have also seen that there are individuals who later on in life have come from a very, poor background, who've made it later on in life and then go into a crisis when it comes to handling money that they could make from their hard work. what are some safeguards that you can put in place, or what are some things you can teach anyway? Because how do I teach you about money if you don't have any of it at that point to essentially practice with?
Yeah. I think also just teaching entrepreneurship and just how to start making small amounts of money early. I'll just give you a story that happened to me. So one time, when I was in school, I used to sell things in high school. It was illegal. I don't encourage anybody to do that, but it happened. So I used to sell some stuff, in school, and I was kicked out of school because of that. I was sent away to go and come back with my parents, with my father, and the role of barbed wire. You know that story.
Mm-hmm.
And so my father asked me, so what have you been selling? And I told him I was actually selling mandazi in school. And then he told me, so the context is that he had never gone to school. Mm-hmm. He had learned math and English early on in his life, but not gone to formal school.
To learn those things.
So he asked me what kind of school is that stops you from doing entrepreneurship? And that's what you're going to do. Once you leave that school, that's what you're going to do for the rest of your life. So, and he said, he told me something that is very important. He told me, don't stop. So, of course, I couldn't go back with him to school because he's going to mess me up. So I hired somebody. I hired a guy to go and say he's my uncle. To go and say that he's my uncle, and so my father couldn't make it to come because my father was going to mess me up because he couldn't understand why.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be a small entrepreneur, and the school is telling me you can't. Yeah, what kind of school is that?
How much did you pay this guy?
So,
how did you get the barbed wire?
So the fellow. So first of all, I had actually a lot of money. I was making money. Yeah, I was making a lot of money. So when we got to school, this guy actually agreed that I get punished. So I had given him a deposit. So I declined to pay the balance.
Because it didn't work.
Because he didn't defend me. So I just took the punishment, and I actually did not stop. Yeah. So it's possible to learn things early. I talked about the story of the fact that you have found yourself in a certain station in life doesn't mean that you are destined there. You can do small things. There are so many needs in the world. I mean, looking around, I see people with needs. If I was not working with HF today, I would be selling something.
Could have been a chef.
I would be selling something out here. Let me tell you, the following day, I would actually just selling something because that's not the end of life. So I think teaching children these things early. One time there was something at my daughter's school, a big event, and then she told me actually there's an event, and I told her, "Why are you not participating?" She told me, "No, I wanted to make cupcakes and sell." At school.
At the event.
At school, at the event, but he got permission to do that with a group of students, and they made, I think, 30,000 profit from a single event at school.
From cupcakes?
Yeah, from cupcakes and things like that.
I need to think about these cupcakes.
Yeah,
okay.
It was a period of time. So there's so much need in the world that you just identify what you can give people.
Okay.
So I don't believe that anybody is confined in a particular station in life because unless they would have to allow themselves to. There's so much need in the world.
So Robert, I want to stick on this matter just a little bit, and I'm going to draw on it from. So I've been telling these guys about some things that I've been watching. So most recently, one thing that I've been watching is what we see today as reformed people who are reformed from a life of crime.
Yes.
Right? Now, getting into this life of crime, what they wanted to do was get money to spend.
Yes.
And of the 17 that I've watched in the last couple of days, every single one of them started off when they came home as children, and it started 9, 10, 11 years old. When they came home and there was a need, not a want, there was a need that was not provided. It couldn't be provided.
Yeah.
And most times in a single parent family where mom or dad would say, you know what, Atuna, we don't have. And then it became pressure, and then they would go back into those circles, and somebody says, there is a way we can get you this. And they started a life of crime as early as 10 years old. And they tell this story 10 years later. But this is where it starts. Yeah. So there's that need that is there that is unmet. Many would say it's not justifiable to go into crime, but the need is very real. Yeah. In those situations, which, by the way, you would be surprised are so many. How do you start at that age where you can't provide for this child, but at the same time, we are seeing the danger of the circles that they could get into later? And it is money-based. It is money. It's not... it's money. There's a need that is unmet. How do we do that for later?
There's a very strong correlation between crime or some kind of crime and poverty, and actually lack. If you go to some places, you'll actually find, I've seen places where you leave your shoes outside and they are stolen. Just shoes. So you are right, actually. The poverty does drive people to do certain things. But I also think that parents have a responsibility to have conversations early in life, early with their children, because also getting into crime causes solves a problem by creating a bigger problem. Yeah, it solves a problem by creating. You'll get that immediate money, but you could be shot or jailed or anything like that. Case, yes. Yeah, and it happens a lot. So having these conversations early, I think it does help, and the parents themselves just also understanding that they need to have conversations. And children don't forget these things.
No.
Yeah. I was told by my father, to survive in this world, you need very little. You never have to steal. To survive in this world, you need very, very little. If you want a lot of luxury, maybe you need a lot. But just to survive in the world, you need very little. You never have to steal. Those words have stuck with me today. And I got to learn very early in my life that there is no need, that crime doesn't help. It doesn't matter how much problem you're going through. So I think those conversations very early with children does help. But you are right, actually, that they are, in the absence of these conversations and teachings and all that, there will be a child who will say, this thing, I can solve it. And how to solve it is through crime.
Yeah.
And all these lessons, things we are talking about here may not hold because they actually no money to even have conversations about.
Actually, if you think of a situation where someone doesn't have money, but like everybody else, they have needs, that is the perfect ecosystem for them to understand how to make money without necessarily going into crime.
Yeah.
Because as you say, every environment, if you think and understand, lends itself to some business.
Yeah.
Every. Whether it's a workplace, whether it is school, whether it's even university. I know this because I used to take pictures when I was in university.
Yeah, and you made some money.
I made a lot of money. I used to take pictures. And because I observed people liked having the pictures taken, I understood how much was being charged. And in my walks into town, in my free time, I'd just walk through town so that I understand Nairobi, because I didn't live in Nairobi. At that point in time, my parents lived in Mombasa. So the point is, I discovered places where you could buy films at some enormous discount, the processing, enormous discount. I realized that I could charge less than everybody else whom I saw then, probably give more value. I'm simply saying the opportunity presented itself.
Yeah.
And I knew my father had a camera he never used. Well, he used it occasionally when we were on holiday. So I borrowed it. I'm simply saying that I know that the money I made from that particular aspect of photography, our salaries came when you were first employed by government after 3 months or even more. I did not need money.
You already had money.
I had money. And money was saved in the post office. And I was at Kenyatta. So I would go to Ruiru to go and bank my money every Friday. All I'm saying is, there are people who have stories of how they started business and it abounds. There are very many such stories. And if you look back, the influence was what they saw.
Yeah.
Maybe you had a grandfather who did business. You had a grandmother who did business. You're just taking it in. And then you saw what other people were doing. You're taking it. At that point, you don't realize you're taking it in, but that's exactly what you're doing. And so the opportunity, I wasn't the only one who was in university. There were many other people. The opportunity has been staring at us all the time. But somehow. But let me ask this question. Because, I mean, you've said that and you took my mind back to my college days and I realized, my goodness, it was a long time ago. why I asked about people who are younger than I and those who are older is for a simple reason. This issue of what children see. I'm at that phase where we are grandfathers. And then there are grandchildren who have parents. If the grandfather doesn't know, it is very difficult to impart this knowledge.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
True.
Yeah. That is very true.
And yet you may spend time with those grandchildren, perhaps sometimes more quality time than even their own parents.
Yeah.
And even these parents who are your children, you may be in a position to actually advise them if you know. And there's, having made mistakes when you're younger, when you're older, you'll be more accepting. You especially if you've lost money.
Yeah.
Yes, because usually you will have some money and then you make some wrong decisions. In economic terms, it's called the tycoon's big mistake. Because you actually think
to haunt them all their lives.
It does. It's actually traumatic.
Yeah.
Because you actually can't believe that you had this money and now you have none. It's difficult. It is because of this connection that I was asking. Because our discussion today is about children. But children live in an ecosystem.
Yeah.
And they have all these people.
Yeah.
They can teach these people, but it is useful if these people also have knowledge. I am of the school of thought, given that I was a teacher, there's no point in your life when you stop learning. And if you think you stop learning, then probably that's the biggest mistake you'll ever make.
Robert, what would be some morsels that you would send us away with in the last few seconds of this conversation?
Okay, so first of all, that it's important that we take that responsibility to just teach our children, to just teach as much as you know, just like what teachers. So you can't teach what you don't know, but as much as you know, deliberately. And it's okay to talk about money. It is fine to talk about money. We use money all the time, and so it's okay to have conversations with our children, about money. But also, there are institutions like us. Our bank is called HFC, that has advisors who can have conversations with you about how to save for the future of your child, or even just investments like what CT was talking about. And that's why shows like this are important. If you come to us in our branches or call us, we will just have a conversation with you.
Yeah.
We have a product called Treasure Account for Children. We have Target Save. We have got investment products. We have property products. But most importantly, we have advisors.
Okay.
That's what I can say, and we invite you to come.
Fantastic. Always great to have you here. And this was a very apt conversation to have, and a good one that we could. So thank you for always doing that. And the work that you do at HF Group, of course, cannot go unnoticed. Robert Kibara is the Group CEO of HF Group, has been our guest this hour, and great morsels to go away with this morning. Good morning, 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Saboti MP Caleb Amisi has condemned yesterday's violent clashes between residents and police at Angata Barikoi in Transmara, Narok County. 5 people were killed and several others injured during the confrontation, which erupted when police attempted to stop tens of protesters who were demonstrating against grabbing of 10,000 acres of land allegedly by a senior government official. While Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen has pledged to thoroughly investigate the incident, Amisi has told SpiceFM that it's highly unlikely that individuals responsible for the violence will be held accountable.
Shooting people has become like a hobby by police officers and other people, gun-carrying Kenyans. It must stop. This is insane because we are normalizing killing of citizens. We are making it something normal. In fact, by next year, we'll have forgotten. They are going to make noise in funerals. In fact, the people are going to make more noise. Are those people in the government? They are going to tell you how they are going to arrest these officers. They are even going to say their names. They are even going to say how they could even arrest them, by the way. But then they are released the following day.
Amesi, who appeared on the ongoing Situation Room show, further called on Murkomen to resign over the incident.
This is not a government. In fact, in other jurisdiction, Murkomen could have resigned. Not even the police officers or the DIG. Murkomen, the head of internal security, he could have said, I could not stand as a CS
and allow this to
happen. With this respect, I step down.
I hear you.
He can't step down. Maybe in his dreams.
Police allegedly used live bullets to disrupt peaceful protesters.
Akia Mungu, watu wanawawa bure kwa shamba yao. Mimi nimezaliwa hapa Hangata 30 years. Tukipewa na Moi akaenda, Kibaki akakuja, hakuna mtu alisulia watu. Uhuru akakuja. For 30 years saa hii tunakuja pigwa risasi kwa shamba yetu. We have got titles na tulipewa na serikali. What government is this? Watu watano wamelala hapa, wengine anapigwa kwa shamba. What kind of government is this?
The national mass livestock vaccination campaign aimed at combating diseases and securing export markets has stalled due to a lack of funding. The Directorate of Veterinary Services and the Kenya Veterinary Vaccines Production Institute have confirmed that the exercise has been paralyzed by insufficient funds. The institute chairman, John Jigim, who was speaking in Naivasha, emphasized that the vaccination initiative would have been critical in establishing disease-free zones, essential for facilitating international trade in livestock and livestock products. Last year, President William Ruto announced plans to vaccinate 22 million cattle against foot and mouth disease, among other diseases. President William Ruto has granted clemency to 56 individuals who are serving long-term sentences in various prisons across the country in line with the power of mercy as provided by the Constitution. Conditional release was granted to 31 petitioners serving life sentences, including a foreign national who is set to be repatriated. Remission and release were also granted to 25 individuals. President Donald Trump is set to take action to ease the impact of his tariffs on U.S. car makers, a top White House official says. The deal is a major victory for the president's trade policy by rewarding companies who manufacture domestically, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said in a statement provided to the Reuters news agency. The president will announce measures to reduce some import duties on parts from abroad that are used in vehicles manufactured in the U.S., while cars made outside the country are still subject to automotive tariffs. They will be exempt from other levies, the Wall Street Journal reported earlier. Trump is due to hold a rally in Michigan today to mark his first 100 days in office. That's the news wire. I'm Edwin Lisamir.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi. Traffic.
All right, let's take a look at where we are with traffic this morning. It has progressed quite some and still doing the thing as you are coming off of the Thika Superhighway. Still continues just a little bit as you get towards Survey. And then also we are looking at traffic as you come in through from Limuru Road going out towards Muthaiga. That's busy. Hey, Lower Kabete today towards Spring Valley said, we're not letting up, at least not for now with traffic. It's busy on Gong Road getting out towards the city. And then you cross over Rhino Dinga Way on this side with traffic then coming in through Aerodrome. It's also busy as you come in then from Jago Road going towards Landis. Haile Selassie has been a beehive of activity, maybe even all night, and it looks like it's going to continue for most parts of the day. We'll keep it moving, won't we? Yes, we will. We'll talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Situation Room. the only way to start your day.
It is at 7 minutes after 9 o'clock. A very good morning to you, and getting into it this morning, into the final hour of our conversation this morning. Many of you are asking, and indeed, what exactly happened and why are we in a place of mourning? This morning, our friend, our brother, our colleague, Edward Kwach, passed on last night. Many of you knew him on the Spice Drive, and he did that for 3 years, and even before that, a celebrated radio veteran icon, as well as an actor, and he's been in the media space in Kenya for a very long time. Very, very dear to many of us here, counted as a friend, a colleague, and indeed a brother. We mourn his loss, and we ask that his soul does rest in peace. For those that he loves and those who love him, we ask that this period will just be one of calm, and we prayers up as arrangements are made for him. So that's just news that has been to us very early this morning, as per occurrences last night. And as a SpiceFM family, and of course those who loved him beyond that, we ask for rest in peace. At 8 minutes after 9 o'clock, into the final hour of today's conversation on the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation, Willis Otieno, advocate, is here with us this morning, and he is saying the math is not mathing. But first of all, a very good morning to you, Willis.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm all right.
Yes.
I'm all right.
Sad morning.
It is.
But it is what it is.
Yeah.
But we pray that God rest the soul of our brother in peace.
Amen.
And to give the family strength. To go through this trying moment.
Indeed.
Yes.
Indeed. Truth. Kabisa. City went to Algeria. Last time you heard in a different country.
Yes.
City's gone to Algeria, and his proverb is an interesting one. And I'm dying to know if you're going to use the word that everybody has used this morning. But okay, let's hear what the proverb is, and then we'll hear your interpretation.
Yes, the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. Not Algeria Republic.
The
People's Democratic Republic. Thank you, Dennis. Speak kindly or refrain from talking.
Yes. This proverb, to me, my understanding of it is that we have a duty to pay good to everybody. If you must speak, don't speak in a way that causes harm. But if you have nothing to say, then just keep quiet.
Yep, that's it. That's it.
Yeah.
If you have nothing to say that's going to be kind, just close it. Keep it quiet. So, there's been something that has been raging, and you seem to be the proponent of it, Willis, and that we thought. You see, this is why mathematics must be made compulsory as we go into selection, because we thought that when we did the math, that 2022 plus 5 is 2027. According to the Constitution, every 5 years, an election will be held in the Republic of Kenya, upon which, and this will be the second Tuesday in August, upon which the people shall make their selection and members of parliament, etc., will be brought into office. So one would have expected that by the 9th of August 2022, that we would be expecting another election come the second Tuesday of August in 2027. You seem to think otherwise, for some reason.
I'm a reverend lawyer.
Oh, reverend.
That's what I do.
Yes.
And part of what I do is to specialize on elections. I read elections chapter every single day.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you this, the first fallacy that you must all remove from our heads to engage in this conversation is that there's a 5-year term granted to the office of president or member of parliament. It doesn't exist.
Okay.
There is nowhere in our constitution that guarantees or grants the president a 5-year term. And once you remove the 5-year term off your head, then you'll understand and interpret the constitution in your own way. And you'll come to the same conclusion. Article 142 of our constitution tells us that the president shall serve in office from the date he is sworn in to the date when the person elected under Article 136(2)(a is sworn in. That is the term. It's not 5 years.
I need you to say that again.
Article 142 of the Constitution says, in terms of term of office of president,
Yes.
his term runs from the date he is sworn in to the date when the person elected under Article 136(2)(a is sworn in.
Okay.
That is the term. It's not 5 years.
Okay.
So we go back and check what Article 136(2)(a says. And Article 136(2)(a says that we shall hold presidential elections on the second, the words are this, on the second Tuesday in August in every 5th year.
Okay.
Basic understanding of that provision, number one, tells you again, confirms to you that there is no 5-year term. Because when you start the 5th year, when you are inside the 5th year,
You're actually finishing the 4th.
you have finished the 4th,
Yes.
then you enter the 5th.
Okay.
Now, inside that 5th year, look for the second Tuesday that falls in August. Inside the 5th year. And that second Tuesday that falls in August, inside the 5th year, conduct your presidential elections.
Okay.
Those are basic terminologies. But you must understand where most people are coming from. Previously in our Constitution, Section 9 of the then Constitution was very explicit. It provided the president shall serve for a term of 5 years.
Yes.
He shall not serve for more than 2 terms
Yes.
of 5 years.
Yes.
It had given him exactly a 5-year term.
Yes.
And to contextualize what I am saying, and to tell you that Kenyans had actually practiced it before, Uhuru Kenyatta was sworn in as president on the 9th of April 2013. The elections took place on the 4th of March 2013. At the time when the 2017 elections were being called, Uhuru Kenyatta had served for 4 years and 5 months as president.
By the time which year was coming?
The 2017 elections were called. It was 4 years and 5 months. He never served for 5 years. So the urban myth that there's a 5-year term guaranteed to the president does not exist. In fact, even in his second term, by the time he was sworn in for his second term, and the time when the 2022 elections were called, he had served for 4 years, 8 months, and a few days. So he never served for 4 years, 5 years. And you go back even to look at all our parliaments. The 11th parliament served for 4 years, 4 months at the time the elections were called. The 12th parliament served for 4 years, 9 months at the time elections were called. So where do Kenyans get this misconception, or legacy politicians get this misconception, that they are entitled to 5 years, kumi bila break? It doesn't exist.
Kumi yako, kumi yangu.
That is what was marketed.
That was what and just stuck.
Now,
Kumi, to get to kumi, you need 5.
5.
Then you need 5.
So now, as the Reverend Lawyer, I'm spreading the gospel.
Please explain this. When you say Reverend Lawyer, what do you mean?
A Reverend Lawyer simply means that my duty is to enlighten the masses.
You're an evangelist.
I'm like an evangelist. I'm evangelizing what the Constitution says.
Okay. So it's like a child. By the time they are born, they're already living in their first year, essentially, is what we are saying, isn't it? You're living in your first year.
Yes.
So by the time you do, this is your, you mark the completion of 1 year. Because you're not starting your first year by the time we say happy birthday to you as a child. You have completed your first year.
Exactly.
And so on year 1, day 1, you're actually living in your second year. That's the thing. You see why mathematics needs to be compulsory? We're adding like that. So what we're saying essentially is that by the time one is voted in, an election has taken place.
Yes.
On the 9th of August 2022, day 1 of William Ruto's presidency. Not the 9th of August. It's in September 20th when he was sworn in.
13th of September.
13th of September. So 14th of September of that 13th itself began day one of year one.
No. Okay. When it comes to calculating the date of the elections, there are two things here. There's the term of office, separate provisions, and there's the election cycle. In terms of term of office is where we look at the swearing in as the starting point. But in terms of the election cycle, we look at Article 136, 2A. And Article 136, 2A tells you, look for the second Tuesday in August in every 5th year. So let's start from the last presidential elections. On 9th of August, 2022. That 9th of August 2022 runs until 8th of August 2023. That is year one. Year two runs from 9th August 23 to 8th August 24.
Okay.
That is year two. Year three is 9th August 24 to 8th August 25. Year 4 is 9th August 25 to 8th August 26. And then the most important part, year 5 starts running from the 9th of August 26 to 8th of August 27. So for purposes of our constitution, we look for year 5, the 5th year. That 5th year runs from the 9th of August 2026 to the 8th of August 2027. Inside that 5th year, because we are told to conduct the elections in the 5th year, we look for the second Tuesday in the month of August. And that can only be 11th of August 2026. When somebody tells you to conduct your presidential elections on the 10th of August 2027, look at the calendar. 10th of August 2027 falls in the 6th year. So you are trying to form a government contrary to the manner that the Constitution provides, and that is treasonous. So any election that is held outside the 5th year is forming a government in a manner not contemplating the Constitution, and that's an act of treason. And we'll be asking if IBC and William Ruto and others attempt to form a government outside the 5th year, that should be termed an act of treason and action be taken against them.
Who is supposed to pull up on that information and say, hang on everybody, we've actually, exceeded the term?
What happens is this. Every Kenyan, because the Constitution is a document of the people, every Kenyan should read the Constitution, internalize it, and apply it. So at first instance, even media, they are Kenyans at the end of the day. They have a right to read the Constitution and form their opinion based on their reading of the Constitution. And anybody who reads this Constitution without political eyes will tell you the next elections have to be held in August 2026. We went into a 4-year election cycle. Our Constitution, if you look at the structure of our Constitution, it is heavily Americanized. The structure that was used to draft our executive and our governance was Americanized. That's why we went pure presidential system, not the hybrid system that is French or even the pure parliamentary system that is UK model, Commonwealth. We went to a bicameral parliament. That's American. You even go to parliament, you talk about House majority leader, minority leader. That's American. We went into a Supreme Court. In the Commonwealth, people have constitutional courts. We went into a Supreme Court. That's Americanized. So also when Kenyans said, we don't want December elections, it's interfering with our festivities. What the American consultants did was to simply bring the elections inwards, that do it inside the 5th year. What they guarantee you is a 4-year term in office.
Which is similar to the American term of office.
American term of office. So we need to, in a way, we need to recondition the mind away from what the legacy politicians have conditioned the mind to be, that they're entitled to 5 year terms. They are not. their term in office is 4 years guaranteed. Then in the 5th year, we conduct elections.
It seems to me, though, that it's something that the IEBC then would be able to call out if you did this, and you're able to figure out that if you did the 12 calendar months from one period to the next, that you'd be able to figure that out. A whole year is a big difference, Willis.
You see, now there's a conspiracy of silence. And IEBC has been acquiescing to it. It's a conspiracy of silence, so that we all ride on the ignorance of the people.
But even at the silence, there is also a body that should be able to advise on this, which is the Office of the Attorney General, who's the chief advisor of the government with regard to understanding the law and applying the same. But then again, there is also some silence because this issue has been there for quite a while, but he has been silent. Or she has been silent.
Because it tells you what happens is, look at what it means. People have been comfortable in 5-year term. They are stealing from the Kenyan people an extra 1 year. Now you expect the Attorney General appointed by the President to give an advisory that shortens even our own tenure in office from the 5 years the President promised to a lesser period. No, they will not. They all wish we are all ignorant. They all wish we all accept it. And this has been going on for a long time. You imagine you are dealing with a mind that has been conditioned to a particular issue. And you are now trying to tell them, no, you need to open up your mind and read your constitution and understand it, what it provides for. Because people are going to lose packs, man.
Because this entire conversation, it's pretty much on the election cycle and term of office. This is where the rubber meets the road.
Exactly. But they will want you to discuss term of office.
Term of office.
But even term of office, as I've said, there is nobody guaranteed 5 years. In fact, the only person who has been guaranteed 5 years in the Constitution is the MCA, who in Article 177 4A was specifically told, you shall serve for a 5-year term. When the MCA in 2017 goes to court, because his election, by the time his elections were called, he had served for 4 years, 4 months. So he says, no, but the Constitution gives me a full 5-year term. What the court told him, yes, it gives you, but we are sorry. The same Constitution says your election must be held inside your 5th year with the other elections. So you are going to lose the extra months that you've not served.
Yeah.
And it's accepted. So why is it a problem when now we apply the Constitution in relation to the National Executive?
Maybe they don't know, Willis.
They know.
Maybe they don't know. Like, you've not done this math, sit down and done in the thing. Maybe they're not aware that, okay, if we go until 2027, because we're just doing the math of 2022 plus 5 is 2027, right? Maybe they don't know this thing and they've not done the technical, critical look that you've done. Possible?
No, let me tell you. If they didn't know, if they're using that traditional math, then the 2017 elections could have been held in 2018. Yeah. Ahmed Commission did the math the way I'm doing it, and it was August, 2nd Tuesday of August in the year 2017. That is when the 5th year fell. But conveniently,
they did it in March.
They started doing for us. They did it. The March was okay. March was okay. But conveniently for 2022, they decided to selling to us Kumi Bila, what the city is saying, that Kumi Yako. So conveniently, we all start buying into 5-year terms. It is 5 year, 10 years, 5 years, 10 years. So now how do you calculate? 2022, 2027, 2027, 2032. And Kenyans have bought it.
But also remember, in the previous constitution, did give a 5-year term.
Yes.
So that is what we
maybe that's where people just imagine
it was easy to sell.
Yes, much easier because it is Parliament, is the presidency. We actually forgot that it was not the president. We now had a presidency, and these subtle differences were lost on us. Parliament, we knew 5 years. So president, again, 5 years.
5 years.
Yes, exactly. Because that's what President Moi did, isn't it? And that was 10 years.
City, which begs the question, with this constitution that you have, the Constitution 2010, there seems as though the implementation of this document is being implemented by where it fits them best. It is not the full implementation of this document.
It's being implemented reluctantly.
Because it is when it comes to matters election,
it is the election cycle.
There are those who argue that people who actually oppose the constitution are the ones who are in power now. So you tell me, how do you think they're going to implement something whose existence they opposed vehemently? How?
Will we be able to go beyond just highlighting this, Willis, that you've said that, okay, it should actually be done in 2026, August, and then, we're going to have a whole year before it could possibly be done. Will we? Will we be able to go beyond just the highlight like you've done?
In fact, what we are doing at first instance is to sensitize the people, to recondition them to now live by their constitution. And many Kenyans are now seeing the sense. They are doing their own math. They are all doing their own reading of the constitution. And they can tell that the next elections is August 2026. At a particular point, this matter will actually end up in court. We'll ask IBC, once constituted, to gazette the election date as per the constitution, which is August 2026. And we expect also the courts to deal with this issue if IBC is going to try to play games. But beyond it also, any attempt to hold elections in 2027 outside the second Tuesday in August in the 5th year will be an attempt to form a government outside the law, and will be an act of treason. And we will be seeking to have those who are participating in that act of treason to be held accountable. Because we have to accept either we live by our constitution or we put aside the document. Because something that is happening in Kenya which saddens me. Look at the 2/3 gender principle. A constitutional dictate that has been conveniently ignored now for 15 years. Forget even about elective offices. Even in appointive offices, we are seeing progressive erosion of this principle. Go to the question of boundaries. Why should Alego Usonga, where I come from today, has over 180,000 registered voters? Ruiru here has over 200,000 registered voters. Boundaries review was due 2 years ago.
Yes.
And it has not been done.
The
and
Attorney General said we don't have enough time.
No. It was due 2 years ago. It was due 2 years ago. As we are talking today, nobody is talking about giving equal representation to all people of Kenya by doing a boundaries review. So we are ignoring the constitution. We are setting a template where the constitution becomes a document of inconvenience. When it doesn't suit you, doesn't favor you, you
Toss
put it aside. And you go on with life.
We had this same discussion earlier on with the guest who was here in the first hour of our discussions. And this issue of the gender rule came in, because I actually asked him why they were selective as members of parliament in the application of the constitution. And he did try very valiantly to explain why. I said, but you see, it is clear that one is being partial with the interpretation of the constitution when it suits them. Yes. Because if the Supreme Court said, Justice Maraga pronounced, we should disband Parliament because of this. Parliament should have been disbanded.
It should not be there until it meets the threshold.
Yes.
This is the thing, that we keep flirting with what maybe the Constitution says. You're not really going to make a decision. You're just kind of saying, okay, fine. That's what it says. It looks nice. You pat it on the back kind of thing. That's what we're doing. Flirting with the Constitution as opposed to implementing the thing, as people spent years going around, gathering insights, gathering thoughts and opinions, and putting people to task in terms of how they felt the nation should be governed. Experts came and put their rubber stamp on it and said, this is the document. It was promulgated. Everybody said yes. But then it's still an idea in the minds of people that, okay, fine, it's a supreme law, but, we'll invite it, like you said, when need be. Other times, we'll toss it out the window. But that's the problem, isn't it?
That's the big problem.
If your lawmakers are of that opinion that you can disregard the constitution, this is a lawmaker of very high standing and says openly that you have to look at circumstances and say, what circumstances?
You see, we're also dealing with a crop of lawmakers who can stand and say, for the first 2 years after the elections, the president is arranging things. Now we need to go to 7 years. When you hear them speak of that and then expect them to look at the election cycle dead on arrival.
You raise a very valid point, Dennis. If only the 7 years was not prefaced or was not connected to the 2-year hiatus a president, according to them, needs to be given. The discussion around the terms of the presidency is an important one. Yes, but under those circumstances, No, that water is already muddied. So it can't even be a conversation that you're going to have, because someone is deliberately trying to say that according to their logic, this is how it should be. And essentially, we then throw away the purpose of the presidency and why we set those terms.
In the first place.
Yes.
We're going to go to a break, Wakili, but then here it is that we're asking the question. An IEBC is in the process of being reformatted. An IEBC existed, of course, but with the incoming commissioners, the chairperson, the vice, and all of this, then it will be given the boots it needs to essentially, go along these processes. Do you think that from the furthest in their minds is that an election is going to take place in 2027? That for all intents and purposes, the civic education, the voter registration that they're talking about, that's going to start now, and folks are going to be going into, elections for 2027. It's the farthest thing from their minds.
No. IBC is being funded every year.
Yeah.
IBC exists.
That's what I'm saying. It exists for all intents and purposes. What we're doing now is applying the commissioners and the...
just bring the policy leadership.
Yeah.
And we need to start demanding of IBC. I know at least some parts of the country, the regional offices of IBC, they're doing the continuous voter registration. If you go to the regional office, you can get your registration as a voter. What we don't have is the mass registration of voters, which in the deal now we should push for that campaign to start now, because nothing stops the secretariat that is fully funded by the people, even today, to do their technical work. Registration of voters is their technical work. As we wait for the commissioners to be appointed, their technical work is going on. They're earning salaries. They're in office. Let them do that which they're supposed to do. Okay. But be that as it may, one thing we cannot run away from is that the legacy politicians will not wish IBC to be functional. In fact, they will try to sell to Kenyans that we don't even have an IBC. There is no time to hold elections next year. Let us wait for 2027. Even 2027 is too soon. We can do it 2028. There was Gen Z demonstrations. Yes. But they want to steal 1 or 2 years off Kenyans. Because what they're essentially doing is stealing sovereignty. Because at election time, our sovereignty in Article 1 of the Constitution, sovereignty vests in the people. They can exercise it directly
or indirectly
or through democratically elected representatives.
Yes.
So what they're trying to do is to usurp the donation. The donation that was done on the 9th of August 2022 was for 4 years. Because after every 4 years, on the second Tuesday of August in the 5th year, we go back to consider our donation of sovereignty
to these.
We select a new crop of people to exercise our sovereignty on our behalf.
Yeah.
The legacy politicians don't want that.
Let's look into more details of this. Wakili Willis Otieno is saying that, you're going to be done by August 2026. You would have completed and you'll be now getting into your 5th year. And that is what we should actually be looking to when it comes towards an election. Possible? Now let's look at the possibility of actually holding elections in 2026, if that were to be a conversation. It's 26 minutes to 10. This continues after this break.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Where? Have you heard about moringaschool.com?
Moringaschool.com? Hapo ndio future tech iko boss.
Kenya's top software engineers, data analysts, cybersecurity pros, and UI UX design ninjas wanatoka Moringa.
Hey, na unasema hauna degree? No stress. Whether you are looking to upskill, stuck in a boring job, ama you are starting from zero, Moringa's got your back, man.
Visit moringaschool.com, where anyone can create their future.
The fun never stops on Star Times. This Easter and April school holidays. Get ready for non-stop adventure, laughter, and learning for big and little kids. Renew your subscription for 2 months and get a free upgrade to the next higher bouquet for 2 months. Dive into the best kids entertainment with Boing, Jim Jam, CBeebies, Toonami, Da Vinci, ST Tunes, and Cartoon. There's something for every little explorer. Buy a Star Times decoder at any of our business halls or dealers nationwide for endless fun, action, and discovery all holiday long. On the move? No problem. Download StarTimes on app and enjoy your favorite shows anytime, anywhere. Dial star 858# for self-service. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 24 minutes to 10, Willis Otieno Wakili is here with us this morning and looking at that we could possibly be living unconstitutionally when it comes to elections that should be held in the 5th year after the last election. And so now the question is, practically, if we were to say, okay, fine, actually, maybe there's the realization, it dawns on everybody, that we should actually bring this back 1 year from what is already planned in the minds, in the implementation of very many, that 2027 August is when the next election will be held. And according to what you're saying, it's a year beyond what should be constitutionally. What is the what practically can happen when it comes to now bringing everything back a bit? AG's already said, you know what, boundaries and all of this, we can't even do it because we don't even have enough time. We're just now trying to get chairperson and vice in place and the commissioners on board, and then have an IEBC functional by the end of May. And then you want to do voter registration. You only have about a year and a half to do that. Now we're saying that bring that back a year, giving everybody essentially less than 12 months to get all of these things done. Practical?
Very practical.
How so?
You know, the problem with Kenya is that we try to complicate things that are very simple.
Okay.
Elections in Kenya take place in a polling station. A polling station only has, at maximum, 600 voters. All we are talking about is organizing an infrastructure for 600 people to appear at a polling station and to vote. In some countries, people even vote using Bano. Marbles.
Yes, marbles. Gambia.
But in Kenya, we want to make it appear as a very complicated thing. You bring in technology, you bring in these technical terms, bombers of Kenya tallying process, just to undermine the sovereignty of the people. All we need, in fact, for me, the only concern that anybody should pay focus on is registration of voters. Get people into the electoral ecosystem, the voters. Once you register your voters, you know your polling stations, and a maximum per polling station is 600. I mean, 1 year is more than enough time. Chebukati was appointed commissioner in, I think, end of January, early February 2017. He did his elections in August of the same year. The infrastructure for elections exists anyway.
That's why you have a secretariat.
Yes.
But we don't have 61 billion yet. We need 61 billion to run the election.
Why do we have, out of that 61 billion, how much goes to setting up a Bomas Tallying Center? An infrastructure that is not needed. Bomas alone, in fact, as of my last check, that entire infrastructure for Bomas cost over 30 billion. From the results transmission system all the way to Bomas, almost 30 billion Kenya shillings. We don't need it. It is just an infrastructure that is superimposed on the people to undermine their will. As I've said, all we need is 600 maximum per polling station. Appearing, doing the account, aggregating the accounts at the constituencies, in their respective constituencies. There are only 290 constituencies. And each constituency declaring for us their results.
Yes.
And we can all do the math and declare our president. Simple.
Willis, as we speak right now, there is need for civic education for Kenyans to understand why the elections need to be held on August 6th, or August 2026, right?
Yes.
But that is not happening. And the excuse that would be given is because IEBC commissioners are not in place. That notwithstanding, there is also the perception that we cannot do the delimitation of boundaries because AG says we don't have time. But the Constitution is not such that it says we cannot. The Constitution talks of must, shall, and may. Does the Constitution say we may fail to give boundaries because lack of time?
No, it shall. It's compulsory. We have to do it. But as I've said, the legacy politicians have conveniently decided there are certain parts of the Constitution they'll never touch. I'm asking the Kenyan people to draw a red line on the question of your sovereignty. We can live with and continue fighting on the gender issue. They've undermined our Constitution on the gender issue, and we need redress on that. We can live with and fight on the question of the boundaries delimitation. We can't do it. But when they start stealing your sovereignty, they want to add an extra 1 year to their terms in office. Then that's the ultimate To me, that's the ultimate warning. That is where you draw the red line and say, no, you are no longer just usurping the constitution. You are now stealing my sovereignty as a person, as a member of this republic. That the Kenyan people must say no. And I'm inviting, it's good to see you invited me here today. I'm inviting media houses who are also citizens in this country. And they have legal departments, they have mathematicians, they have linguists, to also read the constitution and form their own opinion. And say, our constitution says elections will be held in 2026. So that what that will help with, media controls the narrative. What that will help is that it's part of opening up the minds of the Kenyan people to see that elections are actually 2026, and you will be able to remove from the minds the poison that the legacy politicians have planted on the masses of elections 2027. And you are an ambassador of hope. So I encourage our media houses across both social, mainstream, everywhere, on every platform, say it's election 2026.
You know what bothers me? Is that we look at a trend that began in earnest during President Uhuru's term, where he simply ignores court orders.
Yes.
Not even completely, just ignores.
Ignored it.
Now we are seeing the ramifications of it, because it then means people seem to feel that you can now take the liberty of ignoring the constitution. If you ask me, an offense has been committed.
Yes.
You actually can't ignore the constitution. You can't decide that you are ignoring it, that you're not going to go by it. That offense has already been committed. But it seems to be a process that is now being normalized. Now, the ramification of it is exactly terrible. When high officers in the land ignore the rule of law, you are giving everybody else in the country permission to ignore the law. And then you marvel and you wonder why it is the citizen is going about the business the way they are doing. It's like we now disrespect the law. Because we've taken it, this thing doesn't have to apply to us.
Not?
And I can do any crazy thing I want, and what the heck could I do?
And I think that's what then plays, I think that mentality is then, Will, it's what plays on our psyche when we now start to ask the question, well, okay, fine. You've brought it to light, and then we are burdened with that, and then begin to ask, but then, okay, Sawa, we know, what are we going to do? You see? And that's what affects the psyche of very many people. That is clear, and there's no question. Just looking at this and the way in which we spelt it out, it's very clear that this is going against what the Constitution has set forth, and that we've been in this practice then since 2013. Then perhaps we've on the wrong dates the whole time. That's clear. But that mentality that CT brings into question is what plays on our psyche, that we say, well, okay, fine. Court orders have been ignored,
look at
no problem. We don't send capitation, no problem. We don't have no problem. And so we will also say here that somebody then is an authority for an extra year, and then we say, what? No problem. What are we going to do about it?
What I will say is this. We're in a reset moment as a country. And I give kudos to our young people for shaking up the political establishment. And if they continue on this trajectory, I believe the Kenyan people will get that which they deserve and that which they desire. So giving up is not an option. Throwing our hands in the air is not an option. We must continue with the agitation that our young people have led us to. An agitation that is about the common good of the people of Kenya and as guided by our constitution. So if more and more Kenyans take up this conversation and they demand that their constitution, in all spheres and shapes, to be respected, the legacy politicians will come and they'll be forced to heed to the demands of the people. But if they see that you are resigning yourself to fate, that you are giving up, that is the norm in the country, then that's the end of the country called Kenya. In some countries, they always look at what the military is saying. They say, go to Uganda, for example, with all its challenges. To them, a military man can even walk inside a courtroom and drag a suspect and detain him and refuse even to take him to court for a long time. It's accepted. They have said that is how life is in Uganda. And it is one thing that Kenyans should not allow. By resigning yourself to fate, that, okay, they are the people in power, they can do what they want. No. We must start calling them out. It's what I'll ask Kenyans. These people who are underminers of the Constitution, we must start withdrawing social capital from them. When they come to a public gathering where you are, you turn your back on them. There are many ways of peaceful protest that you can start shunning them. You're in a school group with them, you remove them from the school group. Their kid comes to your school, your kids' schools. You tell your kids not to associate with their children. That social pressure that you are an outcast will ultimately force them to start understanding that what they're doing is not for the common good.
Because they wouldn't make the decision on their own.
Exactly.
Consider something that has been at the center of many discussions that we have. The debt issue we have in this country. Parliament have the prerogative and they have the ability and the mandate to raise the debt ceiling, meaning what we can borrow. It is within their purview. Now you tell me, we have a debt problem because we keep borrowing. And simple questions that are asked, debt to GDP ratio, where are we with this? Can we afford to keep borrowing when already in simple arithmetic terms, no wonder they want to do it with maths.
I told you. I told you.
Math is a threat.
Yeah, math seems to be a threat because we are spending, is it 70% of whatever it is that we earn on debt? Now, surely, is this you in your household, you earn 100 shillings and you're spending 70 shillings to pay some debt. You have a house to pay for, you have food to eat, you have children who need to go to school, they need to be clothed. You need to do all these things. How on earth are you going to do it with 30 shillings? How? So you borrow some more and then you have to pay. So it doesn't stay at 70, it now becomes more than the 70. If you couldn't cope with the 30, how are you going to cope with less than 30?
And you see, it's a conversation that keeps on going on. And every other time, President says we have to borrow so that we are able to run our affairs. Begs the question, why can't we live within our means?
You're now in a debt trap. You are addicted to debt, and you cannot live without debt unless you gather the courage to open up your debt register, to find out where this money has been going. Because you'll find most of these audiences, as we've said, led by our party leader, Jim Wanjigi, most of it is odious, it's illegal debt. But it's supporting a Ponzi scheme here, where people are privately benefiting. So to them, the Ponzi scheme must continue. The Kenyan public must keep coming to the market to borrow illegally for them to keep earning interests and dividends of what they are selling as debt to the Kenyan people. So you need somebody who will have the conviction and the courage to say, I'm stopping this Ponzi scheme. And it's a labyrinth. It involves many players. Open it up and say, I'm not paying anything that was taken illegally. Because the Kenyan people, as demonstrated, are not able to continue carrying this burden.
Well, you talk about money that has been taken illegally. Do you know there are some accounts that have been opened offshores for ETAs that have never gotten here?
Of course. In the Eurobond one, for example. No, it's true. Our constitution, just tying it back to what City was saying, our constitution requires that all revenue must be paid into the consolidated fund.
Yes.
All money, revenue, be it a loan, be it tax,
whatever,
goes into one fund. But we witness people going, when they take you to, for example, Eurobond 1, they went and opened
an offshore
accounts at JP Morgan. And it's not even the central bank governor that was on account, the pastor signatory. That account was being managed by some guys from Treasury, an account called Accountant General and his deputy. And the ones opened an account. And from that account, now they start distributing midfielder. Send this year to Qatar, send this year to record this. So he was now operating his own parallel budget. Outside even parliamentary site. Auditor General has no sight of that account. Controller of Budget has no sight of that account. But he's doing things in the names of the Republic of Kenya. And committing the Kenyan people to his own, what has become his private account. Why should we pay for that debt?
When you think about it, and you look at the ramifications of some of these things that are done, The focus is on this particular government, but this nonsense began in the Uhuru era, in earnest. That's when it's like we decided we are going to accumulate as much debt as we possibly can.
It's a tradition.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, this current administration is just continuing with that which they started during Uhuru's time.
Living it out.
The mess of this country must be squarely blamed on Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto. We cannot discuss William Ruto in isolation of Uhuru Kenyatta. They were together when they started it. They messed up this country. William Ruto is continuing with it on his own. So it started in because when you talk about even the accounts I mentioned, the Eurobond one, that was in 2014.
Yes.
It was Uhuru in power. And we are talking of $1 billion Kenya shillings. I mean, $1 billion US dollars. Kenya shillings almost 132. No.
billion.
It was 2 billion. It was 2 billion. The first one was 2 billion.
Yes.
1 billion they can account for.
Yes.
But $1 billion US dollars comfortably sitting in an account in Qatar. A private account. And it is these people who opened this offshore account that have been managing the distribution of this money.
Truly, Willis.
Truly. Raila Odinga in 2014, just that people memories are short. In 2014, when Raila Odinga demanded from Henry Rotich, the then CS Treasury, to make public, to share with him information on the 2 Eurobonds,
Yes.
he was given documents, they were published on the Treasury website, that could explain and account for $1 billion US dollars. Plus EFT forms were supplied. For 1 billion, the other 1 billion, they supplied EFTs that were redacted. Those are the EFTs that somebody was transacting from JP Morgan to an account in Qatar without the money landing anywhere in our consolidated fund. Why should we keep quiet? Why should a party government pay for that? And the Kenyan people must reject this debt. This is not our debt.
But this is the thing that I'm talking about, that we sit almost comfortably in this abyss, or this cesspool of nonsense.
We actually don't sit comfortably, no. We sit uncomfortably.
But we're still sitting inside.
We seem accustomed to the discomfort.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying, that there seems to be no wall, that it's never enough. It's not enough. Election outside of the year prescribed by the Constitution. $1 billion that could have lifted Kenya significantly out of some kind of economic retrogression. We are okay with it.
Now now you have got it. Because look at the spiraling effect. Because you look at the genesis and then you look at what else has come in.
And you just keep gathering things as you go.
It's a multi-headed hydra. It began as, some reptile.
Yeah, so this is, and it goes back to the question, Willis, that if you can have $1 billion, my God, $1 billion today is 129 billion shillings.
Yes.
If it can just...
Yes, and it... Yes.
And we're just like, okay.
Look,
then an election held 1 year out of the thing will be like, okay, that's nothing. If we are comparing, do you see what I'm saying?
I get you, but I'm telling you, I draw my inspiration from our young people. Before, people were ignorant. This kind of information was not readily available.
Yeah.
How long did it take, for example, from even for Kenyans to understand what debt is and to understand the consequence of debt in their lives? Before, we always assumed that is just government organizing itself, government will always borrow. But now they're questioning. Even our parliament didn't even understand what debt is. Even when they were asked always to raise the debt ceiling, they didn't know what they were raising. They were just, because you've been told to make it 11% of
okay, they would all say
aye. But now, the conversation has changed. We are not discussing tribe anymore. We are now discussing governance. We are discussing economy. So, and I say, our young people opened our eyes as a people. And the test of this, whether it means something, will be when elections are called. When we are held, not even called. When elections are held. That we are going to witness the real Fagia water elections in this country. All these people, legacy politicians who are responsible for the mess, they'll all be swept away. It will be a reawakening moment for the people of Kenya. If only we hold elections and we elect the same characters, then I'll say all is lost. But if I witnessed, based on what I witnessed last year and the conversation that I keep following in all platforms where our people are meeting, and this irrespective of tribe, irrespective of age, demographics, people are all discussing common good issues, mwananchi issues.
Right.
Nobody is saying that I'm ODM damu, I'm UDA damu. No.
Yeah.
In fact, they've put all of them together. They are dealing with our common good as a people.
Yes.
If the conversation, the momentum is maintained, we'll get that which the Kenyan people desire.
How do we get this conversation and momentum to these officers that should make a decision, like the judiciary to make a decision? When are we highly likely to see this headed to court? Because sooner rather than later.
In terms of the court process, I'll say that we've had certain progressive judgments coming from the courts, and especially at the High Court, Court of Appeal level. It's high time the Supreme Court also feels the pressure and start giving strong policy directions on these things, issues that are emerging. And when, for example, we look back on the question of the unconstitutionality of Parliament, the CJ and the Supreme Court need to come out strongly and declare Parliament unconstitutional. Cause the crisis. Because you had more than 15 years to comply with the Constitution. You have not complied with it. Why should we accommodate that Parliament? So we need some strong positions to emanate from the Supreme Court, and the CJ in particular, to send an ultimate warning that the Constitution is supreme to any other institution. I will not say that the other courts, I mean, if I look at what the courts, High Courts, Court of Appeal have said in terms of upholding the Constitution, in most instances they've gotten it right. And even when there was threats or perceptions of threats that will come from the executive, what they have not done yet, which I hope soon we should get there, is start sentencing people to imprisonment. Those who have disobeyed the Constitution and court orders, at least of the ones who have appeared so far that have been summoned and honored them, they've left with warnings, their contempts have been purged. But very soon we should now move to the next stage, sentence them to prison, 6 months.
It'll punish them for what they've done, but at the same it will set a precedent for those who then would be dipping their fingers in the cookie jar or at least behaving, interestingly. But then here we are asking the question that oftentimes we ask, and that's what we try to do with these conversations that we have, that we must be pointed towards a solution. And that's toward, or many solutions that lead to one big thing, Wakili. So you've given some insights here in terms of what can you do as an individual coming together, mushrooming into units and then into communities. That what can you do when you look at these injustices in the face, and what is our then responsibility? You talk about, calling people out regularly, saying that this cannot happen. In which forums do you find them? I'd like to hear from you. Lastly, what is something that you can do today about this that we're talking about, whether it is an election which is out of time and term against the Constitution, or it's 130 billion shillings essentially that has been stolen and we're aware of it? What can you do in your capacity as an individual coming together with others?
Two main things that I'm focused on at the moment. First is the litigation, where we must get court orders that uphold our Constitution. So we are doing and supporting several cases, and we are part of some of those cases, that speaks, for example, on public debt as an issue. And we want the courts to find that Kenyans don't have a responsibility to pay for odious debt. Any debt that is taken that is legal, that did not follow the laws of Kenya, should not be paid by the people of Kenya.
Okay.
Should be paid by the people who took it. Hiyo ni shida yao. We are also part of this. We've gone to the Supreme Court on the question of elections date. And we want the Supreme Court to tell us why elections can not be held in 2026. And if anybody attempts to hold elections in 2027, we're asking the court to find it to be an act of treason. It's trying to set up government outside the Constitution.
Hear you.
We are also involved in raising civic action.
Yeah.
Our conversation, we are carrying it across the entire country on different platforms, so that we want an empowered citizen. All this cannot be achieved if the citizens themselves are not empowered. They are not aware. So we want to engage with an empowered citizen, because in the citizenry is where our hope is.
There we go.
If we do not have an empowered citizenry, even the question that we are raising in court, the questions about public debt, if they are not empowered, they'll go back and make the same mistakes, electing the same legacy politicians, and you start again from the beginning.
And that's a good place to start, for sure, and to continue. Willis Otieno, advocate, has been our guest this hour. Thank you so much for being here with us this morning, and we continue these conversations. It's why we have them. It's why we do Kenya's biggest conversation, the Situation Room, every morning. Thank you for being here. Good morning. It's 10:01.
Spice up your life